Have you ever wondered why some of the world's most prolific killers remain completely unknown while others become household names? Today, we're diving into the cases of serial murderers whose body counts and brutality surpassed even the most famous killers you know about. While names like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer dominate true crime discussions, there exists a much darker reality lurking beneath the surface. These lesser known monsters operated with a level of systematic violence that makes your skin crawl. What's truly disturbing is that many of these killers targeted society's most vulnerable victims, children and women who lived on the margins, making their crimes even more heartbreaking and evil. The first case takes us deep into South America, where a man earned the terrifying nickname, the Monster of the Andes. Pedro Lopez stands as one of history's most prolific serial killers, yet his name barely registers in mainstream conversations about serial murder. This Colombian predator is linked to over 300 murders across 3 countries, with at least 1/3 of his victims being tribal women who had no voice to speak for them. Lopez's childhood reads like a textbook example of how trauma can create monsters. Born in 1948 in Colombia, he was the seventh of 13 children to a laundry worker named Benilde Lopez de Castañeda. His father was murdered during La Violencia 6 months before Pedro was even born, leaving the family without any male protection or financial support. But the real nightmare began when Pedro was just 8 years old. His mother caught him attempting to molest his sister and immediately banished him from the house. Think about that for a moment. An 8-year-old child thrown onto the streets of Bogota with absolutely nowhere to go. He wandered the dangerous streets and was repeatedly sexually abused by strangers. The trauma was so severe that it fundamentally rewired his brain, turning him into the very monster that had victimized him. Lopez joined a gang of street children for protection, but even that couldn't shield him from the horrors of street life. At 12 years old, he was adopted by an American immigrant family, which seemed like it might be his salvation. But that hope was crushed when a teacher sexually assaulted him, causing him to flee back to the streets where his criminal career truly began. What happened next shaped Lopez into the calculating predator he would become. In 1969, at age 21, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison for auto theft. Prison should have been a place where he could potentially turn his life around, but instead it became the final crucible that forged his murderous nature. During his incarceration, 3 inmates raped him in what must have been a horrifically traumatic experience. But Lopez's response revealed the monster he had become. Rather than reporting the assault or seeking help, he methodically hunted down all 3 of his attackers and killed them. The cold-blooded nature of these revenge murders resulted in his sentence being extended by 2 years. But more importantly, it showed that Lopez had crossed a line from victim to predator that he would never cross back. Upon his release from prison, Lopez began what would become one of the most prolific killing sprees in recorded history. His hunting ground spanned 3 countries, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, where he specifically targeted young girls between the ages of 8 and 12. His method was as calculated as it was evil. Lopez would scout areas where poor families lived, identifying girls who were often left unattended while their parents worked. He presented himself as a friendly stranger, sometimes posing as a lost traveler who needed directions. Other times, he would offer the children small gifts or promise them work opportunities that could help their struggling families. The girls, trusting and desperate for any chance to improve their situations, would follow him to isolated locations where he would assault and murder them. The geographical spread of his crimes made it nearly impossible for law enforcement to connect the dots. Remember, this was the 1970s, long before modern communication systems and databases that could link crimes across international borders. Lopez was essentially invisible to authorities as he moved from country to country, leaving a trail of devastated families in his wake. His targeting of tribal and indigenous women made the situation even more tragic. These victims often came from communities that had little political power or media attention. When they disappeared, their cases received minimal investigation, if any at all. Lopez understood this dynamic and exploited it ruthlessly, knowing that society's most marginalized people would make the easiest targets. The scope of Lopez's crimes is almost impossible to comprehend. After his arrest in 1980, police discovered the graves of more than 50 of his preteen victims, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. He was convicted of murdering 110 girls in Ecuador alone, and later confessed to 240 additional murders in Colombia and Peru. If his confessions are accurate, his victim count exceeds 300 innocent children. What makes Lopez's case even more infuriating is how the justice system failed to properly punish him for these heinous crimes. Despite being one of the most prolific killers in history, he didn't even spend 20 years in prison. He was released in 1998 for good behavior, a decision that still shocks criminologists and victim advocates today. The release of Pedro Lopez represents one of the most catastrophic failures of the justice system in modern history. Here was a man who had confessed to murdering hundreds of children, yet he was allowed to walk free after less than 2 decades behind bars. The decision was based on Ecuador's legal system at the time, which had a maximum sentence that was woefully inadequate for crimes of this magnitude. Even more terrifying is what happened after his release. Lopez simply vanished. For more than 20 years since his release, his whereabouts have remained completely unknown. He could be dead, or he could still be out there, potentially continuing his reign of terror. The fact that one of history's most dangerous predators is unaccounted for should keep everyone awake at night. This brings us to another monster whose crimes rival Lopez's in both scope and brutality. Daniel Camargo Barbosa represents the terrifying reality of how childhood trauma, when combined with certain psychological killers whose evil knows no bounds. Born factors can create on January 22nd, 1930 in Colombia. Camargo would go on to rape and murder at least 72 young girls across Colombia and Ecuador during Camargo's early life was marked by the 1970s and 1980s kind of psychological trauma that criminologists now recognize as a common factor in the development of serial killers. His mother died before he reached his first birthday, leaving him without the crucial maternal bonding that psychologists say is essential for healthy emotional development. His father was emotionally distant and overbearing, creating an environment where young Daniel felt unloved and unwanted. The situation became even worse when his father remarried a woman named Dioselina Fernandez, who had fertility problems of her own. Unable to have children, She directed her frustration and anger toward Daniel in ways that were psychologically devastating. She would dress him up as a girl and force him to attend school in feminine clothing, subjecting him to relentless mockery and humiliation from his classmates. Despite this horrific treatment at home, Daniel actually excelled academically. He attended the Leon XIII School in Bogota and demonstrated exceptional intelligence, with a reported IQ of 116. This detail is crucial because it shows that Camargo wasn't some deranged, low-functioning individual. He was highly intelligent, which made his later crimes all the more calculated and terrifying. As an adult, Camargo's relationships revealed disturbing patterns that would eventually escalate into serial murder. He had a common law marriage with a woman named Alcira and had 2 children with her, appearing to live a relatively normal life on the surface. But beneath this facade, dark obsessions were taking root. Camargo fell in love with another woman named Esperanza, who was 28 years old at the time. He planned to marry her, but when he discovered that she was not a virgin, something inside him snapped. This discovery became the root of Camargo's fixations and the beginning of his descent into absolute evil. Rather than ending the relationship, Camargo and Esperanza formed what can only be described as a partnership in evil. She agreed to help him find virgin girls to assault in exchange for him staying with her. Think about how disturbing this arrangement was. 2 adults conspiring together to victimize innocent children, with one serving as the lure and the other as the predator. Their method was sickeningly calculated. Esperanza would approach young girls under false pretenses, often posing as someone who could offer them work or assistance. She would lure them to an apartment where she would drug them with sodium seconal sleeping pills, rendering them helpless. Once the victims were unconscious, Camargo would assault them while they were completely unable to defend themselves. This partnership continued until one of their victims managed to report the crime to police, leading to Camargo's arrest on sexual assault charges. But rather than learning from this close call, his time in prison only made him more dangerous. When he was released, he made a chilling decision that would escalate his crimes from sexual assault to murder. Camargo realized that leaving victims alive meant they could identify him to authorities, so he made the calculated decision that his future victims would have to die. One day, while passing by a school, he kidnapped a 9-year-old girl and murdered her after committing rape, ensuring she could never inform police as his previous victim had done. This marked his first known murder and the beginning of a killing spree that would terrorize 2 countries. What happened next demonstrates how incompetent prison systems can unleash monsters back onto society. In November 1984, Camargo accomplished what seemed impossible by escaping from Gorgona prison, known as the Colombian Alcatraz. He had carefully studied ocean currents for months, planning his escape route with the same methodical approach he used for his crimes. Using a primitive boat, Camargo navigated the treacherous waters around the prison island. Authorities assumed he had drowned or been eaten by sharks, and the press reported his death at sea. This assumption would prove catastrophically wrong. Camargo had successfully made it to Ecuador, where he would unleash a reign of terror that dwarfed his previous crimes. He arrived in Quito and then traveled by bus to Guayaquil in early December 1984. What followed was a systematic campaign of murder that showcased his evolution from opportunistic predator to calculating serial killer. From 1984 to 1986, Camargo committed at least 54 rapes and murders in Guayaquil, targeting the city's most vulnerable young women. His method of operation revealed sophisticated psychological manipulation that made him incredibly dangerous. Camargo would approach helpless young women from lower class backgrounds who were desperately searching for work. He presented himself as a foreign businessman who needed help finding a Protestant pastor at a church on the outskirts of town. To make his story believable, he would show them a large sum of money, claiming he needed to deliver it to the pastor. He offered them a reward for accompanying him and showing him the way, often hinting at possible employment opportunities at a factory. The victims, desperate for work and seeing what appeared to be a legitimate business transaction, would agree to help him. Camargo deliberately targeted girls who fit a specific profile. They were young, poor, and searching for legitimate employment to help support their families. These victims had dreams and hopes for better lives, making their murders even more heartbreaking. They trusted him because he appeared to offer exactly what they needed most, a chance to escape poverty through honest work. Once he had lured them to isolated locations outside the city, Camargo would reveal his true nature. The helpful businessman facade would disappear, replaced by a cold-blooded predator who showed no mercy to his victims. He would assault and murder these young women, then dispose of their bodies in remote areas where they might never be found. The scale of his crimes initially confused law enforcement. Police believed they were dealing with a gang rather than a single individual, unable to comprehend that one man could be responsible for so many murders. This misunderstanding allowed Camargo to continue killing undetected for nearly 2 years. During this period, Camargo lived like a ghost in Guayaquil. He slept on the streets and survived by reselling ballpoint pens and occasionally selling clothing or small valuables that belonged to his victims. The fact that he was living in plain sight while committing these horrendous crimes shows how easily predators can blend into society when authorities don't know what they're looking for. When Camargo was finally captured and tried, the justice system once again failed to adequately punish such horrific crimes. He received only 16 years in prison, a sentence that was shockingly inadequate given the scope and brutality of his murders. Like many serial killers, he attempted to manipulate the system by claiming he had converted to Christianity, likely a cynical ploy to appear reformed. The story of Daniel Camargo Barbosa ended in 1994 when he was stabbed to death in the Garcias Moreno de Quito jail by the nephew of one of his victims. This act of prison justice brought a violent end to the life of a man who had destroyed dozens of families and terrorized 2 countries. He was 64 years old when he died, having spent far too much of his life causing immeasurable suffering. But even Camargo's horrific crimes pale in comparison to our next case, which involves perhaps the most evil individual in recorded history. Luis Garavito, known as La Bestia, or the Beast, committed crimes so heinous that they defy human comprehension. Between 1992 and 1999, this Colombian monster sexually assaulted and murdered at least 193 children, making him the most prolific child killer in modern history. Garavito's background follows a familiar pattern of childhood trauma, but the scale of his later crimes far exceeds what any reasonable person could predict from his early life. Born on January 25th, 1957, he grew up in a household marked by constant conflict and neglect. His parents fought frequently, and his father was described as a womanizer who physically abused the entire family. The children lived in constant fear, hiding from their father whenever possible. Garavito later claimed that his strict father only interacted with him for work-related purposes and errands, constantly berating him and making him feel worthless. At school, he was teased and ridiculed by other children, struggling academically and socially in ways that isolated him further. Despite this troubled childhood, Garavito initially appeared capable of forming normal relationships. As a young man working on coffee plantations, he fell in love with a school teacher and single mother named Luz Mary Ocampo Orozco. They attended weekly mass services together, and he seemed to genuinely care for her children, treating them as if they were his own. Those who knew Garavito during this period described him as generally amicable, though they noted his violent temper and threatening behavior when he drank alcohol. He had multiple girlfriends over the years, and in each relationship, he appeared to be a caring partner when sober, nurturing their children and maintaining what seemed like normal domestic relationships. This facade of normalcy makes Garavito's crimes even more chilling. He wasn't some obviously deranged individual who raised red flags wherever he went. Instead, he was a master manipulator who could present himself as trustworthy and caring, especially to children who desperately needed adult protection and guidance. Garavito's method of selecting and approaching victims demonstrated calculated predatory behavior that took advantage of Colombia's most vulnerable population. He specifically targeted the unattended children of street vendors, kids who were often left to fend for themselves while their parents struggled to earn a living in the informal economy. His disguises were particularly disturbing because they exploited religious trust and authority. Most often, he posed as a monk or priest, earning him the nickname El Cura in Colombian media. He understood that children and their families would be more likely to trust someone who appeared to represent the church, an institution that held significant moral authority in Colombian society. Using promises of money, food, or drinks, Garavito would lure boys away from their families and communities. These children, many of whom were hungry and living in poverty, saw his offers as opportunities to help their families or simply to get a decent meal. They had no way of knowing they were walking into the hands of history's most prolific child killer. Once he had gained their trust and isolated them from potential help, Garavito would reveal his true nature. He would sexually assault his victims, often torturing them before slitting their throats and dismembering their small bodies. The level of violence he inflicted on these innocent children is almost impossible to comprehend, representing a depth of evil that challenges our understanding of human nature. The geographical spread of Garavito's crimes across western Colombia made it difficult for authorities to recognize the pattern initially. Like other serial killers who operated across multiple jurisdictions, he benefited from poor communication between different police departments and the lack of coordinated investigative efforts. Between 1994 and 1999, countless Colombian families experienced the nightmare of having their children simply vanish without a trace. Boys between the ages of 8 and 16 would leave home for school or work and never return, leaving their families to wonder what had happened and whether they would ever see their children again. The discovery of mass graves containing Garavito's victims shocked Colombia and the international community. In 1997, authorities found a graveyard near the city of Pereira containing the bodies of 36 boys, all bearing signs of sexual assault and extreme violence. This discovery prompted a nationwide manhunt, but Garavito continued to evade capture through his ability to blend into different communities and his skill at talking his way out of suspicion when questioned by police. What makes Garavito's case even more disturbing is how long he was able to continue killing despite coming under suspicion multiple times. His name appeared in police files on several occasions during his 6-year killing spree, but he repeatedly managed to convince authorities to release him. This pattern of near misses highlights serious deficiencies in Colombian law enforcement during this period. The scale of Garavito's confirmed crimes is staggering enough, but his own confessions suggest an even higher body count. While he was convicted for 193 murders, he claimed responsibility for over 300 deaths, including 23 minors and 5 adults, that would raise his total victim count to 221 if his confessions are accurate. The systematic nature of Garavito's killing spree reveals a level of organization that separates him from disorganized killers who strike randomly. He maintained detailed records of his victims, kept photographs, and even drew maps marking burial sites. This meticulous documentation suggests he viewed his crimes as some kind of twisted collection or achievement system, treating the lives of innocent children as trophies in his personal game of death. Garavito's ability to evade capture for so long also highlights his intelligence and cunning. He frequently changed his appearance, adopted different identities, and moved between rural and urban areas to throw off investigators. When questioned by police, he would present himself as a harmless drifter or religious pilgrim, often carrying fake identification documents that supported whatever persona he was using at the time. The psychological profile that emerged during his trial revealed a man who had completely dehumanized his victims. He showed no remorse for his actions and spoke about the murders in clinical, detached terms, as if discussing routine daily activities. Mental health experts who interviewed him described a complete absence of empathy combined with narcissistic personality traits that allowed him to view himself as superior to his victims and their families. Even more chilling was Garavito's revelation that he had no intention of ever stopping. When asked about his future plans during interrogation, he indicated that he would have continued killing indefinitely if not captured. This admission underscores the critical importance of his arrest in preventing countless additional murders of innocent children. The impact of Garavito's crimes extended far beyond his direct victims to terrorize entire communities across Colombia. Parents became afraid to let their children out of sight. Schools implemented new security measures, and families in rural areas lived in constant fear that their boys might be next. The psychological trauma inflicted on Colombian society during his active period cannot be measured in statistics alone. Moving from South America to Asia, we encounter another monster whose crimes shocked the Islamic world and exposed serious social problems regarding street children in Pakistan. Javed Iqbal Mughal represents a different type of serial killer, one whose motivations stemmed from a deeply personal grievance against the justice system that had humiliated him years earlier. Born in 1961, Iqbal initially appeared to live a relatively normal life in Lahore, Pakistan. However, beneath this ordinary exterior lurked a man consumed by rage and a thirst for revenge that would ultimately cost 100 innocent boys their lives. His transformation from ordinary citizen to mass murderer began with a single incident that would reshape his entire worldview and set him on a path toward becoming one of Pakistan's most notorious criminals. In the 1990s, Iqbal was arrested by Lahore police on charges relating to an act of sodomy against a young runaway boy. While no formal charges were ultimately brought against him, the arrest and subsequent investigation subjected him to public humiliation and social ostracism in a conservative Islamic society where such accusations carry enormous stigma. The stress and shame of this experience took a devastating toll on Iqbal's elderly mother, who was forced to witness her son's public disgrace and the destructions of their family's reputation in the community. The psychological burden proved too much for her to bear, and she suffered a fatal heart attack that Iqbal directly blamed on the police investigation and the social persecution that followed. This tragic loss became the catalyst for Iqbal's transformation into a serial killer. In his twisted mind, he decided that since one mother had died because of his suffering, he would make 100 other mothers experience the same devastating loss. This warped logic reveals the depth of his psychological disturbance and his complete inability to process grief and anger in any healthy or constructive way. Iqbal's method of selecting victims demonstrated his calculated approach to revenge. He specifically targeted runaway boys and street children between the ages of 6 and 16, understanding that these vulnerable children would be easy to lure and that their disappearances might not be immediately noticed or thoroughly investigated by authorities. His hunting ground was the streets of Lahore, where thousands of homeless children struggled to survive through begging, petty theft, and occasional odd jobs. These boys had often fled abusive homes or been abandoned by families who could not afford to care for them, making them perfect victims for a predator who understood their desperation and vulnerability. Iqbal's approach was methodical and predatory. He would identify potential victims among the street children, often observing them for days to understand their routines and identify when they would be most isolated and vulnerable. He would then approach them with offers of food, shelter, or small amounts of money, presenting himself as a benefactor who wanted to help improve their circumstances. Once he had gained their trust and brought them to his home, Iqbal would reveal his true intentions. He would sexually assault his victims before strangling them with a chain, a method that became his signature. After killing them, he would dismember their bodies and dissolve the remains in acid to eliminate evidence, demonstrating a level of premeditation and planning that made his crimes particularly heinous. The disposal method Iqbal chose reveals his intelligence and his understanding of forensic investigation techniques. By dissolving his victims' bodies in acid, he eliminated most physical evidence that could link him to the crimes. This allowed him to operate undetected for several years, while systematically working toward his goal of murdering 100 boys. Iqbal's crimes might have continued indefinitely if not for his own desire for notoriety and recognition. In December 1999, he made a decision that would ultimately lead to his capture and expose the full scope of his horrific crimes. Rather than continuing to operate in secret, he chose to reveal his actions to the world in a way that would guarantee maximum shock and media attention. He sent detailed confession letters to police and to Kawar Naim Hashmi, the chief news editor of a prominent Lahore newspaper. In these letters, he confessed to the rape and murder of 100 runaway boys, providing specific details about his methods and motivations that left no doubt about his guilt. But Iqbal didn't stop with just a written confession. He deliberately staged his home as a crime scene museum, ensuring that investigators would find overwhelming evidence of his crimes. When police entered his house, they discovered bloodstains covering the walls and floors, along with the chain he had used to strangle his victims, and photographs of many victims carefully stored in plastic bags. Perhaps most disturbing of all were the 2 vats of acid containing partially dissolved human remains that Iqbal had left in plain sight for authorities to find. He included a note explaining that he had deliberately chosen not to dispose of these bodies so that police would discover them and understand the full scope of his crimes. This theatrical presentation of evidence reveals Iqbal's psychological need for recognition and his desire to inflict maximum psychological trauma on investigators and the broader Pakistani society. He wanted his crimes to be discovered in the most shocking way possible, ensuring that the horror of what he had done would be burned into the public consciousness forever. After sending his confession letters, Iqbal claimed in his correspondence that he planned to drown himself in the Ravi River, completing his twisted revenge plot with his own death. Police immediately launched the largest manhunt in Pakistani history, dragging the river with nets and deploying massive resources to locate him. For an entire month, Iqbal remained at large while the nation lived in fear, and law enforcement agencies conducted an unprecedented search operation. The scale of the manhunt reflected both the severity of his crimes and the public terror his confessions had created throughout Pakistan. The manhunt finally ended on December 30th, 1999, when Iqbal made an unexpected decision that surprised everyone involved in the case. Rather than continuing to hide or carrying out his threatened suicide, he voluntarily surrendered himself at the offices of the Daily Jang newspaper in Lahore. His decision to surrender to journalists rather than police revealed his continued distrust of law enforcement and his fear that officers might kill him before he could stand trial. He specifically stated that he had chosen to turn himself in to the newspaper because he feared for his life and was concerned that police would execute him without due process. This surrender marked the end of one of Pakistan's most horrific crime sprees and began a legal process that would expose serious flaws in the country's criminal justice system. The case raised uncomfortable questions about how so many children could disappear from Lahore's streets without triggering earlier intervention from authorities. Iqbal's trial became a media sensation throughout Pakistan and the broader Islamic world. The details that emerged during court proceedings shocked even experienced prosecutors and judges who had handled serious criminal cases throughout their careers. The systematic nature of his crimes and the cold calculation he had shown in planning and executing them revealed a level of evil that challenged the legal system's ability to respond appropriately. The evidence against Iqbal was overwhelming and undeniable. Beyond his detailed confessions, investigators had discovered physical evidence, photographs, and the remains of his victims in his home. There was no question of his guilt, only the question of how the justice system should respond to crimes of such unprecedented scope and brutality. During his trial, Iqbal showed no remorse for his actions and continued to justify his crimes as righteous revenge for the suffering he had endured. He maintained that each murder was payment for his mother's death and that he had simply balanced the scales of justice in his own way. This complete lack of empathy or recognition of his victim's humanity demonstrated the depth of his psychological disturbance. Mental health experts who examined him described a man who had completely dehumanized the children he murdered, viewing them not as individual human beings with their own hopes and dreams, but as instruments in his personal vendetta against society. The international attention Iqbal's case received highlighted serious social problems in Pakistan regarding street children and the lack of protection available to society's most vulnerable members. His ability to target 100 boys without triggering earlier intervention exposed gaps in social services and law enforcement that made such crimes possible. From Pakistan, our journey into the minds of unknown monsters takes us to Russia, where we encounter Mikhail Popkov, a man whose crimes reveal how authority figures can exploit their positions to commit evil acts with impunity for decades. Known as the werewolf and the Angarsk maniac, Popkov represents modern Russia's most prolific serial killer, demonstrating how someone sworn to protect and serve can become society's greatest threat. Born on March 7, 1964, in Norilsk, Popkov moved with his parents to Angarsk in the Irkutsk region of Siberia, where he would eventually establish himself as a respected member of the community. On the surface, he appeared to be everything a model citizen should be: a police officer, a married man with a daughter, and someone who held steady employment throughout his adult life. Popkov worked as a police officer in the Irkutsk region for many years, before also taking positions as a security guard at the Angarsk Oil and Chemical Company, and later at a private firm. His law enforcement background gave him intimate knowledge of investigative techniques, crime scene procedures, and the weaknesses in the system that he would later exploit to avoid detection for nearly 2 decades. The psychological roots of Popkov's murderous behavior can be traced to his relationship with his mother, whom psychiatrists believe was both alcoholic and abusive. Growing up with an unstable maternal figure likely contributed to his later twisted ideology regarding women and his distorted views about morality and appropriate behavior. From 1992 to 2011, Popkov systematically murdered dozens of women between the ages of 19 and 50, along with one policeman, in and around his home city of Angarsk. His victim selection process revealed a deeply disturbed worldview that combined misogynistic hatred with self-appointed moral authority. Popkov targeted women who engaged in behaviors he considered immoral or inappropriate according to his twisted personal code. His victims included women who attended parties without male chaperones, those he suspected of being prostitutes, and others who simply failed to meet his warped standards of proper feminine behavior. In his own words, Popkov stated that he wanted to cleanse the streets of prostitutes, and that when committing the convictions. This language reveals how he had constructed an elaborate justification system that murders. I was guided by my inner allowed him to view his heinous crimes as righteous acts of moral enforcement rather than the brutal murders they actually were. Adding another layer to his psychological disturbance, Popkov falsely accused his wife of infidelity and claimed that his violent behavior was a response to this imagined betrayal. This paranoid delusion about his wife's faithfulness provided another justification for his crimes and demonstrated his complete disconnection from reality. Popkov's methodology demonstrated both his police training and his calculated approach to avoiding detection. His usual tactic involved going out at night, wearing his official police uniform, a strategy that gave him immediate credibility and authority with potential victims. He would patrol the streets, looking for women who fit his target profile, then approach them and offer rides in his police car. The victims, seeing an official law enforcement vehicle and uniformed officer, naturally assumed they were safe and accepted his offer of transportation. Instead of taking them to their intended destinations, Popkov would drive his victims to remote locations where he would force them to undress before killing them with various weapons, including knives, axes, baseball bats, and screwdrivers. After murdering them, he would sexually assault their corpses and mutilate their bodies so severely that Russian media dubbed him the werewolf and the Angarsk maniac. The extreme nature of the mutilation Popkov inflicted on his victims went far beyond what was necessary to cause death. This excessive violence suggests that he derived sadistic pleasure from inflicting pain and degradation on his victims, revealing a level of psychological disturbance that goes beyond mere killing for practical purposes. Most of Popkov's victims' bodies were discovered on Wednesdays, earning him another nickname, the Wednesday Murderer. This pattern suggests he may have had a specific routine or schedule for his crimes, though the significance of this particular day of the week was never fully explained during his trial. What makes Popkov's case particularly disturbing is how long he was able to operate without detection despite extensive police investigations into the murders. Russian law enforcement agencies were actively searching for the perpetrator of these crimes throughout the 1990s and 2000s, conducting interviews with surviving victims and following up on leads and tips from the public. Despite these investigative efforts, Popkov remained undetected for nearly 20 years. His success in evading capture was due not only to his careful planning and knowledge of police procedures, but also to the slow response of law enforcement agencies who failed to recognize the patterns in his crimes or connect him to the murders, despite his position within their own ranks. The fact that a uniformed police officer could systematically murder dozens of women while his colleagues investigated the very crimes he was committing represents a catastrophic failure of oversight and internal security measures. It raises serious questions about background checks, psychological evaluations, and monitoring systems within Russian law enforcement during this period. Popkov's eventual capture came not through brilliant detective work or advanced forensic techniques, but through DNA evidence that finally linked him to the crime scenes. Even then, the full scope of his crimes only became apparent when he began confessing to additional murders that investigators had not previously connected to him. In 2015, he was initially convicted of killing 22 women and sentenced to life in prison. However, further investigation and additional confessions led to a second trial where he was found guilty of 56 murders between 1992 and 2007, earning him a second life sentence. The total number of Popkov's victims may never be known with certainty. He has confessed to various numbers of murders at different times, and investigators continue to examine cold cases that might be connected to his crimes. What is certain is that he stands as the most prolific serial killer in Russian history, representing 83 confirmed murders that terrorized the Siberian region for nearly 2 decades. Our final case in this compilation of unknown monsters takes us to another Russian killer whose approach to serial murder reveals the gaming mentality that some predators adopt toward their crimes. Alexander Pichushkin, known as the chessboard killer, methodically planned to kill 64 people, one for each square on a chessboard, turning murder into a twisted personal challenge. Pichushkin's case demonstrates how some serial killers view their crimes not as emotional outbursts or responses to psychological triggers, but as calculated projects with specific goals and methods. His systematic approach to murder reveals a level of organization and planning that made him particularly dangerous and difficult to apprehend. Born in 1974, Alexander Pichushkin initially appeared to be just another troubled youth growing up in Moscow's urban environment. However, beneath his unremarkable exterior was developing a mind that would turn murder into a methodical game with rules, objectives, and a specific endpoint that he was determined to reach. Pichushkin's transformation into a killer began during his teenage years when he recruited another student, Mikhail Odichuk, to join him in what he envisioned as a partnership in murder. The plan was for them to work together as a team of serial killers, systematically hunting victims in Moscow's Bitsa Park, a large green space that would become synonymous with his crimes. Before their first planned killing, Pichushkin asked Odichuk to write what he claimed was a joke suicide note, supposedly just for fun. This request should have been a massive red flag, but Odichuk complied, not understanding that his partner was already planning his death. When they entered the woods together, Pichushkin quickly realized that his accomplice was having second thoughts about their murderous partnership. Rather than abandoning the plan or trying to convince Odichuk to continue, Pichushkin made a chilling decision that revealed his true nature. When his nervous partner handed him the rope they had brought for their intended victim, Pichushkin instead threw it around Odichuk's neck and strangled him to death, breaking his backbone before disposing of the body down a manhole. After killing his would-be partner, Pichushkin calmly returned home and burned his clothes, eliminating any physical evidence that could connect him to the murder. When police investigated Odichuk's disappearance, they ruled his death a suicide based on the note he had written, never suspecting that he had actually been murdered by his supposed friend. This first murder established several patterns that would characterize Pichushkin's later crimes. He demonstrated an ability to remain calm and methodical even while committing the most heinous acts, showed sophisticated understanding of evidence disposal, and revealed a calculating nature that allowed him to manipulate both victims and investigators. The most disturbing aspect of this initial killing was how Pichushkin viewed his accomplice's murder, not as a betrayal or emotional outburst, but as a practical necessity. In his twisted logic, Odichuk had become unreliable and therefore needed to be eliminated, just like any other obstacle to achieving his goals. After this first murder, Pichushkin experienced what can only be described as a cooling off period that lasted 9 years. During this time, he worked as a loader and later as a shelf stacker at a large supermarket, maintaining the appearance of a normal working class citizen while his murderous fantasies continued to develop. This extended pause between his first and subsequent murders is unusual among serial killers who typically escalate their behavior over time rather than taking such long breaks. The delay suggests that Pichushkin was either extremely disciplined in controlling his urges or that he was spending these years developing and refining his ultimate plan. When Pichushkin finally resumed killing, he had transformed from an impulsive teenager into a methodical adult predator with a specific mission. He had decided that he wanted to surpass the infamous Soviet serial killer Andrei Chikatilo, who had murdered 53 people, making him one of history's most notorious killers. But Pichushkin's ambitions went beyond simply exceeding Chikatilo's body count. He conceived of his murder spree as a chess game, with each victim representing a square on the board. His goal was to fill all 64 squares by killing 64 people, turning mass murder into a personal achievement system that gave structure and meaning to his crimes. The chess metaphor wasn't just a media invention. It was central to how Pichushkin himself conceptualized his crimes. He actually kept track of his victims using a chessboard, placing coins on squares to mark his progress toward his ultimate goal. This physical representation of his murders reveals the game-like mentality he had adopted toward taking human lives. Pichushkin's hunting ground was Moscow's Bitsa Park, the same location where he had killed his first victim years earlier. The park provided him with several advantages. It was large enough to offer numerous secluded areas where he could commit murders without being observed. It attracted a steady stream of potential victims, and he had intimate knowledge of its layout from years of visiting the area. His victim selection process revealed both strategic thinking and opportunistic behavior. Pichushkin primarily targeted homeless people, alcoholics, and elderly individuals who frequented the park. These victims were chosen because they were vulnerable, less likely to be immediately missed if they disappeared, and often had limited social connections that might trigger intensive police investigations. The predatory nature of Pichushkin's victim selection is particularly disturbing because he exploited society's most marginalized individuals. Homeless people and alcoholics often lived on the fringes of society, making them perfect targets for someone who understood that their disappearances might not receive the same attention as other missing persons cases. His method of approaching victims was deceptively simple and relied on basic human kindness and social interaction. Pichushkin would strike up conversations with potential targets, often offering them alcohol or engaging them in discussions about chess or other topics. He presented himself as a friendly, harmless individual who was just looking for companionship or someone to talk with. Once he had gained their trust and isolated them in secluded areas of the park, Pichushkin would reveal his true intentions. His preferred method of killing involved bludgeoning victims with hammers or other blunt instruments, often striking them multiple times to ensure death. The brutality of these attacks demonstrates the savage nature of his crimes and his complete lack of empathy for human suffering. After killing his victims, Pichushkin would dispose of their bodies in various locations throughout the park, sometimes concealing them in undergrowth or shallow graves. His knowledge of the park's geography allowed him to select disposal sites that might delay discovery of the bodies, giving him time to establish alibis and avoid immediate suspicion. The systematic nature of Pichushkin's crimes created a climate of fear in Moscow, particularly among the city's homeless population and those who regularly visited Bitsa Park. As bodies began to be discovered with increasing frequency, residents realized that a serial killer was operating in their midst, but police struggled to identify patterns or develop leads. Pichushkin's ability to evade capture for so long was due partly to his methodical approach and partly to the challenges police faced in investigating crimes against marginalized victims. The transient nature of the homeless population made it difficult to establish timelines or identify witnesses, while the isolated locations of the murders meant that few people had seen the victims with their killer. During his active period, Pichushkin maintained his job at the supermarket and continued to live what appeared to be a normal life. Co-workers and neighbors described him as quiet and unremarkable, showing no obvious signs of the violent fantasies and murderous behavior that consumed his private hours. This ability to compartmentalize his life into normal daytime activities and nighttime killing sprees reveals the sophisticated psychological mechanisms that allowed him to function in society while systematically murdering innocent people. He demonstrated what psychologists call a mask of sanity that concealed his true nature from those around him. The chess theme that defined Pichushkin's approach to murder also influenced how he viewed his own capabilities and goals. He saw himself as engaged in a complex strategic game where each move had to be carefully planned and executed. This mentality gave him a sense of purpose and achievement that sustained his killing spree over several years. As his victim count approached his target of 64 murders, Pichushkin began to experience what he later described as increasing excitement and anticipation. The approaching completion of his game energized him and may have led to him taking greater risks or becoming less careful about avoiding detection. His eventual capture came not through brilliant detective work, but through a combination of witness testimony and forensic evidence that finally connected him to multiple crime scenes. When police arrested him in 2006, they discovered the chessboard he had used to track his victims, providing physical evidence of his systematic approach to murder. During interrogation, Pichushkin was initially cooperative and seemed almost proud of his crimes. He confessed to killing 48 people and provided detailed information about his methods, motivations, and the chess-themed structure he had imposed on his murder spree. However, Pichushkin later claimed that his actual victim count was higher than his initial confession suggested. He insisted that he had actually killed 61 people, bringing him tantalizingly close to his goal of 64 murders. Whether this higher number is accurate or represents an attempt to inflate his criminal legacy remains unclear. The psychological evaluation conducted during his trial revealed a man who showed no remorse for his crimes and continued to view them through the lens of personal achievement rather than moral failure. He expressed disappointment at not reaching his goal of 64 murders and indicated that he would have continued killing indefinitely if not captured. Pichushkin's case represents a unique type of serial killer who imposes artificial structure and goals on their crimes, turning murder into a personal project with specific objectives and methods. This systematic approach made him particularly dangerous because it provided him with motivation to continue killing and a framework for avoiding detection. The international attention his case received highlighted the global nature of serial murder and demonstrated that such crimes are not limited to any particular culture or society. Pichushkin's methodical approach and chess-themed murders fascinated criminologists and the media, making him one of Russia's most studied serial killers. In 2007, Pichushkin was convicted of 48 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. The trial received extensive media coverage throughout Russia and internationally, with particular focus on his chess-themed approach to murder and his systematic targeting of vulnerable victims. During his trial, Pichushkin maintained his calm demeanor and continued to discuss his crimes in clinical, detached terms. He showed no emotion when viewing crime scene photographs or hearing testimony from victims' families, demonstrating a complete absence of empathy that shocked even experienced court officials. The judge who sentenced Pichushkin described his crimes as representing a level of calculated evil that challenged the legal system's ability to respond appropriately. The systematic nature of his murders and his complete lack of remorse made him one of the most dangerous criminals ever to appear in a Russian courtroom. Pichushkin's current status as a life prisoner means he will never again have the opportunity to harm innocent people, but his case continues to fascinate researchers studying the psychology of serial murder. His chess-themed approach and methodical planning make him a unique case study in how some killers impose structure and meaning on their violent behavior. The legacy of Alexander Pichushkin serves as a reminder that serial killers can emerge from seemingly ordinary backgrounds and that their crimes often follow patterns and motivations that defy easy explanation. His systematic approach to murder and his game-like mentality toward taking human lives represent a particularly chilling form of evil that continues to challenge our understanding of criminal psychology. These cases of Pedro Lopez, Daniel Camargo, Luis Garavito, Javed Iqbal, Mikhail Popkov, and Alexander Pichushkin represent just a fraction of the unknown monsters who have terrorized communities around the world. Their crimes demonstrate that evil knows no geographical boundaries, and that some of history's most prolific killers remain largely unknown to the general public, despite body counts that surpass their more famous counterparts. What makes these cases particularly disturbing is not just the number of victims each killer claimed, but the systematic and calculated nature of their crimes. These weren't crimes of passion or momentary insanity. They were carefully planned campaigns of murder that targeted society's most vulnerable members over periods spanning years or even decades. The failure of justice systems to adequately punish these crimes, as seen in the cases of Lopez and Camargo, who received sentences that were completely disproportionate to their crimes, highlights serious deficiencies in how societies respond to serial murder. When killers responsible for hundreds of deaths receive sentences measured in years rather than life terms, it sends a disturbing message about the value placed on victims' lives. Perhaps most terrifying of all is the realization that these known cases likely represent only a small portion of the serial killers who have operated throughout history. For every monster whose crimes have been documented and studied, there may be dozens of others whose victims were never connected to a single perpetrator, or whose crimes were never fully investigated due to limited resources or social indifference toward marginalized victims. The international nature of these cases also demonstrates that serial murder is a global phenomenon that transcends cultural, religious, and political boundaries. From the mountains of Colombia to the streets of Lahore to the forests of Siberia, predators have emerged to prey upon the innocent, revealing dark aspects of human nature that exist in every society. Understanding these lesser-known cases is crucial for developing better methods of prevention, investigation, and prosecution of serial crimes. By studying the patterns and methods used by killers like Lopez, Garavito, and Popkov, law enforcement agencies can better prepare for similar cases and develop strategies to identify and apprehend serial killers before they can claim dozens or hundreds of victims. The psychological profiles that emerge from these cases also provide valuable insights into the development of serial killing behavior. The common threads of childhood trauma, social isolation, and gradual escalation of violence seen across these cases offer important clues about risk factors and potential intervention points that could prevent future tragedies. Most importantly, remembering these unknown monsters and their forgotten victims serves as a reminder of the human cost of evil and the importance of protecting society's most vulnerable members, the children, women, and marginalized individuals who fell victim to these killers had hopes, dreams, and families who loved them, making their losses no less tragic than those of more famous cases. As we continue to study and document these horrific crimes, we honor the memory of the victims while working to ensure that future generations are better equipped to recognize, investigate, and prevent such atrocities. The darkness revealed in these cases may be disturbing, but understanding it is essential for building a safer world where monsters like these cannot operate with impunity for years or decades. The true measure of a society's commitment to justice lies not in how it treats the famous or powerful, but in how it protects its most vulnerable members from predators who would exploit their weakness. These cases serve as stark reminders that there is still much work to be done in achieving that goal, but they also demonstrate the importance of never forgetting the victims or allowing their stories to fade from memory. The investigation into these forgotten monsters reveals patterns of evil that challenge our understanding of human nature. But there are still more cases that deserve recognition. Our journey now takes us to examine killers whose methods and motivations expose different aspects of the darkness that can consume the human soul. Ahmad Suraji stands as Indonesia's most prolific serial killer, a man whose crimes were intertwined with twisted spiritual beliefs that he used to justify his horrific actions. Known as the Sorcerer and Dukun Ahmad, Suraji murdered at least 42 women and girls between 1986 and 1997, burying their bodies in a sugarcane field, arranged in a ritualistic circle around his home. Born in 1949 in North Sumatra, Suraji worked as a traditional healer and sorcerer in Indonesian folk religion, a position that gave him access to vulnerable people seeking spiritual guidance and supernatural remedies for their problems. His clients came from across the region, trusting him to provide mystical solutions to their health, financial, and relationship difficulties. Suraji's method of selecting victims demonstrated how he exploited the spiritual beliefs and desperation of his clients. Women would come to him seeking help with fertility problems, relationship issues, or other personal struggles, placing their faith in his supposed supernatural powers. He would convince them that their problems required special rituals that had to be performed in isolated locations away from his home. The ritual he described to his victims was elaborate and convincing, involving ceremonies that he claimed would cleanse them of negative spiritual energy and grant them their deepest desires. He told them they needed to be buried up to their necks in soil for the ritual to be effective, explaining that this connection with the earth would allow the spirits to enter their bodies and provide the healing they sought. His victims, desperate for solutions to their problems and believing in his spiritual authority, would allow him to bury them in the sugarcane field behind his home. Once they were helpless and unable to escape, Suraji would strangle them with electrical cables while they were still partially buried, creating a horrific death that combined suffocation with psychological terror. After murdering his victims, Suraji would complete his twisted ritual by fully burying their bodies in specific locations arranged in a circle around his property. He believed that this arrangement would somehow transfer the spiritual energy of his victims to himself and his family, increasing his own supernatural powers and bringing prosperity to his household. The systematic nature of these murders and their ritualistic elements reveal how Suraji had constructed an elaborate justification system that allowed him to view his crimes as spiritual practices rather than murders. This psychological mechanism enabled him to continue killing for over a decade without experiencing the guilt or remorse that might have stopped a more conventional killer. Suraji's ability to evade detection for so long was aided by several factors unique to his situation. The rural location of his crimes meant that bodies were unlikely to be discovered accidentally, while his reputation as a spiritual healer gave him a level of community respect that made people less likely to suspect him of wrongdoing. Additionally, many of his victims came from distant locations to consult with him, making it difficult for their families to connect their disappearances to his activities. When women failed to return home after visiting the sorcerer, their families often assumed they had chosen to start new lives elsewhere rather than suspecting foul play. The cultural context of Indonesian spiritual practices also worked in Suraji's favor. His explanations about complex rituals and the need for secrecy seemed plausible to people who believed in traditional healing methods, allowing him to isolate victims without raising immediate suspicions about his intentions. Suraji's downfall came when the body of one of his victims was discovered by a farmer working in the sugarcane field in 1997. This discovery led to a more thorough search of the area, which revealed the horrifying scope of his crimes as investigators uncovered body after body arranged in the ritualistic circle he had created. When confronted with the evidence, Suraji initially attempted to maintain his innocence, claiming that the bodies had been placed there by evil spirits who were trying to frame him. However, as more evidence emerged and witnesses came forward describing his ritual practices, he eventually confessed to the murders. During his interrogation, Suraji revealed the twisted spiritual beliefs that had motivated his crimes. He claimed that a dream vision had instructed him to kill 42 women in order to gain supernatural powers that would make him the most powerful sorcerer in Indonesia. Each murder, he insisted, was a step toward achieving this divine mandate. The trial of Ahmad Suraji became a sensation throughout Indonesia as the public struggled to comprehend how someone trusted as a spiritual healer could commit such heinous crimes. The case exposed serious issues about the regulation of traditional healing practices and the vulnerability of people seeking spiritual guidance. In 1998, Suraji was sentenced to death for his crimes, a sentence that was carried out by firing squad in 2008 after years of appeals and legal proceedings. His execution brought closure to the families of his victims, but the psychological impact of his crimes continued to reverberate throughout Indonesian society. The case of Ahmad Suraji demonstrates how spiritual authority can be weaponized by predators to exploit vulnerable individuals seeking help and guidance. His ability to convince victims to participate in their own deaths reveals the dangerous power that charismatic individuals can wield over those who trust them completely. Moving from Indonesia to the United States, we encounter a lesser-known American killer whose crimes were overshadowed by more famous contemporaries, despite a body count that rivaled theirs. Carl Eugene Watts, known as the Sunday Morning Slasher, committed murders across multiple states during the late 1970s and early 1980s, targeting young women in attacks characterized by extreme brutality and apparent randomness. Born in 1953 in Texas, Watts displayed disturbing behavior from an early age that should have served as warning signs of his future violence. As a child, he was known for torturing and killing small animals, a behavior that criminologists now recognize as one of the strongest predictors of future violent behavior toward humans. Watts's academic performance was poor throughout his school years, and he struggled with basic social interactions that made it difficult for him to form normal relationships with peers or authority figures. Teachers and classmates described him as odd and unsettling, though few could have predicted the level of violence he would eventually unleash. His transformation into a serial killer appears to have begun during his late teens when he started experiencing what he described as violent fantasies involving the torture and murder of young women. These fantasies became increasingly vivid and frequent, eventually overwhelming his ability to distinguish between imagination and reality. Unlike many serial killers who develop specific victim types or elaborate ritual behaviors, Watts seemed to select his targets almost randomly, focusing primarily on young women who happened to be available and vulnerable when his urges to kill became overwhelming. This apparent randomness made his crimes particularly terrifying for potential victims who had no way of knowing what might make them targets. Watts's method of operation was characterized by extreme violence and overkill that went far beyond what was necessary to cause death. He would stab his victims dozens of times, often continuing to attack their bodies long after they had died, suggesting that he derived sadistic pleasure from inflicting pain and damage rather than simply killing for practical purposes. The geographical spread of Watt's crimes across Texas, Michigan, and other states made it difficult for law enforcement agencies to recognize the connections between his murders. This was particularly true during the late 1970s, when communication between different police departments was limited and databases for tracking serial crimes were primitive or non existent. His ability to avoid detection was also enhanced by his understanding of forensic evidence and crime scene investigation techniques. Watts was careful to avoid leaving fingerprints or other physical evidence at crime scenes, and he would often take steps to delay the discovery of bodies or confuse investigators about the timeline of his crimes. The randomness of Watts's victim selection created additional challenges for investigators trying to predict where he might strike next or identify patterns that could lead to his capture. Unlike killers who targeted specific types of victims or operated within defined geographical areas, Watts seemed to kill whenever and wherever the opportunity arose. This unpredictability made him particularly dangerous to young women throughout the regions where he operated. His victims included college students, working women, and others who were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time when Watts decided to kill. The arbitrary nature of his target selection meant that virtually any young woman could become his next victim. Watts's psychological profile revealed a man who seemed to kill primarily for the psychological satisfaction he derived from inflicting pain and death rather than for any practical purpose or elaborate fantasy fulfillment. This type of motivation, sometimes called thrill killing, represents one of the most dangerous forms of serial murder because it provides no logical framework for predicting or preventing future crimes. During his active period, Watts maintained a facade of normalcy that allowed him to blend into various communities without raising suspicion. He held various jobs and maintained superficial relationships that provided him with alibis and social cover while he planned and executed his murders. His eventual capture came not through brilliant detective work, but through a combination of witness testimony and physical evidence that finally connected him to multiple crime scenes. When police arrested him in 1982, they discovered that he had been responsible for far more murders than they had initially suspected. During interrogation, Watts confessed to killing more than 20 women, though investigators believe his actual victim count may have been significantly higher. His confessions revealed the cold, calculating nature of his crimes and his complete lack of empathy for the suffering he had caused. The trial of Carl Eugene Watts exposed serious deficiencies in the criminal justice system's ability to handle serial murder cases that crossed multiple jurisdictions. His ability to operate across state lines for several years highlighted the need for better coordination between law enforcement agencies and improved systems for tracking violent criminals. In 1982, Watts was sentenced to 60 years in prison for his crimes, a sentence that many considered inadequate given the scope and brutality of his murders. The relatively lenient sentence was due to plea bargaining arrangements that prosecutors used to secure his confessions and avoid the expense and uncertainty of multiple death penalty trials. Watts died in prison in 2007, bringing an end to one of America's most prolific but lesser-known serial killers. His case serves as a reminder that not all serial killers achieve the notoriety of figures like Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer, despite committing crimes that were equally heinous and numerous. Our exploration of unknown monsters now takes us to South Africa, where we encounter Moses Sithole, a killer whose crimes terrorized the region during the 1990s and revealed serious social issues about post-apartheid society's treatment of marginalized communities. Known as the ABC Killer because his victims were found in locations beginning with those letters, Sithole murdered at least 38 women between 1994 and 1995. Born in 1964 in Vosloorus, South Africa, Sithole experienced the kind of childhood trauma and social disruption that characterized many lives during the apartheid era. His father abandoned the family when Moses was young, leaving his mother to raise several children in poverty while dealing with the systematic oppression and limited opportunities available to black South Africans. The breakdown of his family structure and the broader social instability of apartheid-era South Africa created conditions that contributed to Sithole's psychological development in disturbing ways. He grew up feeling abandoned, angry, and powerless in a society that offered few legitimate avenues for advancement or self-improvement. As a young man, Sithole was falsely accused and convicted of rape, spending 7 years in prison for a crime he insisted he did not commit. This experience of injustice at the hands of the legal system created a deep reservoir of rage and resentment that would later manifest in his crimes against innocent women. The psychological impact of this wrongful conviction cannot be overstated. Sithole emerged from prison in the early 1990s, feeling that society had betrayed him and that he owed nothing to a system that had destroyed years of his life based on false accusations. This sense of grievance became the foundation for his later decision to wage war against women. Sithole's method of selecting victims revealed how his personal trauma had shaped his criminal behavior. He specifically targeted women who were seeking employment, understanding that they would be desperate enough to trust a stranger who claimed to offer work opportunities. His victims were typically young women from poor communities who were trying to support their families during South Africa's difficult transition period. His approach was methodical and predatory. Sithole would scout areas where unemployed women gathered looking for work, then approach potential victims with offers of domestic employment at locations outside the city. He presented himself as a representative of wealthy employers who needed household staff, a plausible story during a time when many white families were indeed hiring domestic workers. The victims, desperate for legitimate employment and seeing what appeared to be a genuine opportunity, would agree to accompany Sithole to meet these supposed employers. Instead, he would take them to isolated locations where he would sexually assault and murder them, often using ligatures to strangle them while they were bound and helpless. After killing his victims, Sithole would dispose of their bodies in locations whose names began with the letters A, B, and C, earning him his nickname from law enforcement and media. This pattern was one of the few consistent elements in his crimes that allowed investigators to eventually connect the murders to a single perpetrator. The systematic nature of Sithole's victim selection and disposal methods revealed a calculating intelligence that made him particularly dangerous. He understood the social and economic vulnerabilities of his targets and exploited them ruthlessly, while also creating enough consistency in his methods to satisfy his psychological needs without making detection too easy for investigators. Sithole's crimes occurred during one of the most turbulent periods in South African history, as the country was transitioning from apartheid to democratic rule. The social upheaval and breakdown of traditional authority structures during this period created opportunities for predators like Sithole to operate with reduced risk of detection or intervention. The police response to Sithole's crimes was hampered by the broader challenges facing South African law enforcement during the transition period. Resources were limited, communication systems were inadequate, and the focus of many agencies was on political violence and civil unrest rather than investigating serial murders of poor women. Additionally, the victims Sithole chose were from communities that had historically received little attention or protection from law enforcement agencies. During apartheid, the lives of black women were considered less valuable than those of white citizens, and this attitude persisted into the transition period, affecting how thoroughly their murders were investigated. The geographical spread of Sithole's crimes across the Johannesburg area also complicated efforts to identify patterns and coordinate investigations. Different police jurisdictions were handling individual cases without recognizing the connections between them, allowing Sithole to continue killing while authorities remained unaware of the serial nature of his crimes. Sithole's psychological motivation appeared to center around his desire for revenge against women whom he blamed for his wrongful rape conviction and subsequent imprisonment. In his distorted thinking, every woman he killed was payment for the injustice he had suffered, turning murder into a twisted form of compensation for his perceived victimization. This revenge motivation gave Sithole's crimes a particularly sadistic quality, as he wasn't just killing for sexual gratification or psychological thrills, but was actively trying to inflict maximum suffering on his victims as representatives of all women. His methods included prolonged torture and sexual assault before finally murdering his victims. The discovery of Sithole's crimes began when investigators finally recognized the patterns connecting multiple murders across different jurisdictions. The ABC pattern of body disposal locations was one key element, but investigators also identified similarities in victim profiles and methods of operation that suggested a single perpetrator. As the manhunt for the ABC killer intensified, Sithole became increasingly reckless in his behavior, taking greater risks and making mistakes that would eventually lead to his identification and capture. The pressure of the investigation seemed to accelerate his killing pace, rather than causing him to become more cautious. His eventual capture came through a combination of witness testimony and forensic evidence that connected him to multiple crime scenes. When police arrested him in 1995, they discovered that he had been responsible for even more murders than they had initially. Connectahole confessed to killing 38 to the ABC pattern. During interrogation, sit women providing details about his methods and motivations that horrified even experienced investigators. His confessions revealed the depth of his hatred toward women and his complete lack of remorse for the suffering he had caused to his victims and their families. The trial of Moses Sithole became a landmark case in post-apartheid South Africa's criminal justice system, testing the new government's ability to prosecute serious crimes and protect vulnerable citizens. The extensive media coverage of the case highlighted ongoing social problems related to unemployment, poverty, and violence against women. In 1997, Sithole was convicted of 38 murders and sentenced to 2,110 years in prison, one of the longest sentences in South African legal history. The severe punishment reflected the court's recognition of the exceptional brutality and scope of his crimes, as well as the need to send a message about the new South Africa's commitment to protecting all citizens. Sithole's case exposed serious deficiencies in how South African society protected its most vulnerable members, particularly unemployed women from poor communities who were willing to take risks in their desperate search for legitimate work. His ability to exploit these vulnerabilities highlighted the need for better social support systems and economic opportunities. The psychological profile that emerged from Sithole's case also provided insights into how wrongful convictions and perceived injustices can contribute to the development of violent behavior. While his prison experience didn't excuse his crimes, it demonstrated the importance of ensuring that criminal justice systems operate fairly and avoid creating additional grievances that might fuel future violence. Moving from South Africa to the former Soviet Union, we encounter Anatoli Onoprienko, a Ukrainian killer whose crimes during the 1990s shocked a region already struggling with social breakdown and economic collapse. Known as the Beast of Ukraine and the Terminator, Onoprienko murdered 52 people between 1989 and 1996, including entire families that he would systematically eliminate during home invasion attacks. Born in 1959 in Ukraine, Onoprienko experienced early childhood trauma when his mother died and his father placed him in an orphanage while keeping his older brother at home. This abandonment created deep psychological wounds that would fester throughout his development, contributing to his later inability to form normal human attachments or experience empathy for others. The orphanage environment during the Soviet era was harsh and dehumanizing, providing little emotional support or guidance for children who were already traumatized by family breakdown. Onoprienko grew up feeling unwanted and rejected, developing a worldview that saw other people as obstacles or threats rather than fellow human beings deserving of compassion. As a young adult, Onoprienko struggled to find his place in Soviet society, drifting between various jobs and relationships without establishing any stable foundation for his life. The social and economic upheaval that accompanied the collapse of the Soviet Union created additional instability that exacerbated his existing psychological problems. His transformation into a killer began with property crimes and escalated to violence when he discovered that he could eliminate witnesses and obstacles through murder. Unlike many serial killers who target strangers, Onoprienko specialized in attacking entire families during home invasions, ensuring that no one survived to identify him or testify against him. Onoprienko's method of operation was characterized by extreme brutality and overkill that went far beyond what was necessary to accomplish his criminal objectives. He would break into homes at night, usually in rural areas, and systematically murder every person he found there, including children and elderly family members who posed no threat to him. His weapon choices revealed both his violent nature and his practical understanding of efficiency in killing. Onoprienko typically used firearms, axes, and other weapons that could quickly incapacitate multiple victims, allowing him to control entire households before anyone could escape or summon help. The family annihilation aspect of Onoprienko's crimes created a unique form of terror in Ukrainian communities. Unlike typical serial killers who targeted individual victims, he posed a threat to entire households, making people afraid to be in their own homes and creating a climate of fear that extended beyond potential individual targets. His geographical range covered multiple regions of Ukraine, making it difficult for local law enforcement agencies to recognize connections between different family massacre incidents. The post-Soviet law enforcement system was struggling with limited resources and poor communication, creating opportunities for criminals like Onoprienko to operate across jurisdictional boundaries. The timing of Onoprienko's crimes during Ukraine's transition to independence created additional challenges for investigators. The country was dealing with massive social and economic disruption, and law enforcement agencies were overwhelmed with various forms of criminal activity as traditional authority structures broke down. Onoprienko's psychological motivation seemed to center around a generalized hatred of humanity and a desire to inflict maximum suffering on innocent people. Unlike killers motivated by sexual gratification or specific psychological triggers, he appeared to kill simply because he enjoyed causing death and destruction. This nihilistic approach to murder made him particularly dangerous because it provided no logical framework for predicting his targets or preventing his crimes. Any family in the regions where he operated could potentially become his next victims, creating widespread terror that affected entire communities. The investigation into Onoprienko's crimes was complicated by his ability to remain mobile and avoid establishing patterns that investigators could easily recognize. He would strike in one area and then disappear for months before attacking again in a completely different region, making it difficult to predict where he might appear next. His eventual capture came through forensic evidence and witness testimony that finally connected him to multiple crime scenes. When police arrested him in 1996, they discovered that he had been responsible for far more deaths than they had initially suspected, including individual murders that had been investigated separately from the family massacres. During interrogation, Onoprienko showed no remorse for his crimes and actually seemed proud of the terror he had created throughout Ukraine. He confessed to 52 murders and provided details about his methods that revealed the calculating nature of his attacks on innocent families. The psychological evaluation conducted during his trial identified Onoprienko as a psychopath with narcissistic personality disorder, someone completely incapable of empathy or genuine human connection. Mental health experts described him as one of the most dangerous individuals they had ever encountered, recommending that he never be released from custody. In 1999, Onoprienko was sentenced to death for his crimes, though this sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment when Ukraine abolished capital punishment. He died in prison in 2013, bringing an end to one of Europe's most prolific family annihilators. The case of Anatoli Onoprienko highlighted the vulnerability of rural communities to violent predators and the importance of effective communication between law enforcement agencies. His ability to operate across multiple regions for several years demonstrated serious weaknesses in Ukraine's criminal justice system during the transition period. Our final examination in this compilation takes us to examine a killer whose crimes reveal how modern technology and globalization have created new opportunities for predators to operate across international boundaries. This case demonstrates that evil continues to evolve and adapt to changing circumstances, finding new ways to exploit vulnerable victims in an interconnected world. The patterns we've observed across these cases of unknown monsters reveal disturbing commonalities that transcend geographical and cultural boundaries. Childhood trauma, social isolation, escalating violence, and the systematic targeting of vulnerable victims appear consistently across different continents and time periods, suggesting that certain psychological and social factors create predictable pathways toward serial murder. What makes these lesser known cases particularly important for understanding serial violence is their diversity in methods, motivations, and victim selection. While famous killers like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer represent specific types of serial murder, these unknown monsters demonstrate the full spectrum of ways that human evil can manifest itself in systematic violence against innocent people. The failure of justice systems to adequately respond to these crimes, whether through insufficient sentences, poor investigation techniques, or social indifference toward marginalized victims, represents a common thread that enabled these killers to operate for extended periods. In many cases, the very systems designed to protect society instead facilitated continued violence through incompetence or neglect. The international scope of these crimes also demonstrates how serial murder transcends any single culture or society, appearing wherever certain psychological and social conditions align to create monsters. From the spiritual manipulation of Ahmad Suraji to the calculated revenge of Moses Sithole, these cases show that evil finds expression through whatever cultural and social frameworks are available. Perhaps most disturbing is the realization that these documented cases likely represent only a small fraction of the serial killers who have operated throughout history. For every monster whose crimes have been discovered and prosecuted, there may be many others whose victims were never connected to a single perpetrator or whose activities were never fully investigated. The technological and forensic advances of the modern era have made it more difficult for serial killers to operate undetected for extended periods, but they have also created new opportunities and methods for predators to find and exploit victims. The challenge for law enforcement agencies and society as a whole is to stay ahead of these evolving threats while learning from the failures that allowed previous monsters to claim so many innocent lives. Understanding these cases and remembering their victims serves not only as a tribute to those who suffered, but as a warning about the capacity for evil that exists within humanity. By studying the patterns and failures that enabled these crimes, we can work toward building better systems for protection, prevention, and prosecution of serial violence. The legacy of these unknown monsters reminds us that vigilance is eternal and that protecting society's most vulnerable members requires constant effort and attention. Their crimes may have been forgotten by popular culture, but their victims deserve to be remembered, and their stories deserve to be told as warnings for future generations. These cases demonstrate that evil often operates in the shadows, targeting those who have the least power and receiving the least attention. The homeless, the poor, children, and marginalized communities consistently appear as preferred victims across different cultures and time periods, revealing how predators instinctively understand social hierarchies and exploit them for their own purposes. The psychological profiles emerging from these cases also provide valuable insights for mental health professionals and law enforcement agencies working to identify potential serial killers before they can claim multiple victims. The warning signs and developmental patterns visible in retrospect could potentially be used to intervene earlier in similar cases. Most importantly, these stories serve as reminders that behind every statistic about serial murder are real human beings who had hopes, dreams, families, and futures that were cut short by evil. Whether they were children seeking help from trusted adults, women searching for employment opportunities, or families sleeping safely in their homes, these victims deserved protection that their societies failed to provide. The continuing study and documentation of these lesser known cases ensures that their victims are not forgotten and that the lessons learned from investigating their deaths can be applied to preventing similar tragedies in the future. In remembering these unknown monsters and their forgotten victims, we honor the memory of those who died while working to build a world where such evil cannot operate with impunity. The investigation continues as we examine more cases that expose different dimensions of evil and the devastating failures that allowed these predators to operate for years without detection. Yang Xinhai emerged from China's rural heartland to become one of the country's most prolific serial killers, yet his name remains virtually unknown outside of China due to the government's efforts to suppress information about his crimes. Known as the Monster Killer, Yang murdered 67 people and injured 10 others between 2000 and 2003, targeting entire families during nighttime home invasions that terrorized rural communities across 4 provinces. He's born in 1968 in Henan Province. Yang grew up during China's tumultuous Cultural Revolution period, when traditional social structures were being violently dismantled. His early life was marked by poverty, social instability, and the kind of educational disruption that characterized many Chinese childhoods during this chaotic era. Yang's transformation into a killer began after a series of personal failures and rejections that left him feeling humiliated and enraged at society. His attempts to find stable employment were unsuccessful. His romantic relationships ended in rejection, and he struggled to find his place in China's rapidly changing economic landscape during the reform period. The trigger that pushed Yang over the edge appears to have been a particularly devastating romantic rejection that occurred in the late 1990s. A woman he had pursued refused his advances and reportedly mocked his social status and prospects, creating a wound to his pride that would fester into murderous rage against innocent families. Yang's method of operation revealed a calculated approach to mass murder that maximized terror while minimizing his chances of capture. He would scout rural villages and identify isolated farmhouses where families lived without close neighbors who might hear screams or calls for help during nighttime attacks. His weapon of choice was typically a hammer, axe, or knife, tools that were readily available and wouldn't attract attention if he was seen carrying them in rural areas. Yang understood that firearms would create noise that could alert neighbors or authorities, while bladed weapons and blunt instruments allowed him to kill silently and efficiently. The timing of Yang's attacks was carefully planned to occur during the darkest hours of night when families would be asleep and vulnerable. He would break into homes through windows or unlocked doors, moving methodically through the house to locate and kill every person he found there. His victims included men, women, children, and elderly family members, revealing a complete absence of mercy or discrimination in his violent behavior. Yang showed no preference for age or gender, killing anyone who happened to be present during his attacks, regardless of whether they posed any threat to him. The systematic nature of Yang's family annihilation crimes created widespread terror throughout rural China. Unlike urban serial killers, who typically target strangers, Yang posed a threat to entire households, making people afraid to sleep in their own homes and disrupting the basic sense of security that families depend upon. His geographical range spanning multiple provinces made it extremely difficult for local authorities to recognize connections between different massacre incidents. China's law enforcement system was not well equipped to handle multi-jurisdictional investigations, and communication between different regional authorities was limited and slow. The political context of Yang's crimes also complicated the investigation and prosecution process. Chinese authorities were reluctant to publicize information about serial killers, believing that such publicity could inspire copycat crimes or damage social stability by creating panic among the population. This policy of suppressing information about serial crimes meant that communities in Yang's hunting ground were unaware of the pattern of family massacres occurring in neighboring areas. Families had no way of knowing they needed to take extra security precautions, leaving them completely vulnerable to his attacks. Yang's ability to evade capture for 3 years demonstrated both his cunning and the limitations of Chinese law enforcement during this period. He would strike in one province and then disappear completely, sometimes traveling hundreds of miles before attacking again in a different region. During his active period, Yang maintained a nomadic lifestyle that made him nearly impossible to track. He would work temporary jobs, sleep in cheap hostels or abandoned buildings, and avoid establishing any regular routines or relationships that might make him visible to authorities. The psychological motivation driving Yang's crimes appeared to center around a generalized hatred of successful families and a desire to destroy the happiness he felt had been denied to him. Each family he massacred represented everything he believed society had unfairly withheld from his own life. This revenge motivation gave Yang's attacks a particularly sadistic quality, as he wasn't just killing for practical purposes, but was actively trying to inflict maximum psychological damage on communities by destroying their most fundamental unit of social organization. The investigation into Yang's crimes intensified after authorities finally recognized the pattern connecting multiple family massacre incidents across different provinces. The scale and brutality of his attacks had created enough pressure on law enforcement agencies to overcome their initial reluctance to acknowledge the existence of a serial killer. Yang's eventual capture came through a combination of improved interprovincial communication and forensic evidence that connected him to multiple crime scenes. When police arrested him in 2003, they discovered that he had been responsible for far more deaths than they had initially suspected. During interrogation, Yang confessed to 67 murders and provided detailed information about his methods and motivations that revealed the calculating nature of his attacks on innocent families. He showed no remorse for his crimes and seemed to view them as justified revenge against a society that had rejected him. The psychological evaluation conducted during Yang's trial identified him as having antisocial personality disorder, combined with narcissistic traits that made him incapable of empathy or genuine human connection. Mental health experts described him as extremely dangerous and recommended that he never be released from custody. In 2004, Yang Xinhai was executed by firing squad for his crimes, bringing an end to one of China's most prolific serial killers. His case highlighted serious weaknesses in China's ability to investigate multi-jurisdictional crimes and protect rural communities from violent predators. The suppression of information about Yang's crimes meant that many details about his methods and the investigation remain classified or unavailable to researchers studying serial murder. This secrecy has prevented his case from contributing to the international understanding of serial violence and protective strategies. From China, our examination takes us to Brazil, where we encounter Francisco das Chagas Rodrigues de Brito, a killer whose crimes exploited the extreme poverty and social inequality that characterize many parts of Latin America. Known as Chico Picadinho, this predator murdered at least 11 women between 1966 and 1976, dismembering their bodies with such precision that he earned his gruesome nickname. Born in 1942 in northeastern Brazil, Francisco grew up in conditions of extreme poverty that provided little opportunity for education, legitimate employment, or social advancement. The economic disparities and social exclusion that characterized Brazilian society during this period created conditions that contributed to his psychological development in disturbing ways. Francisco's early criminal career began with theft and fraud, but escalated dramatically when he discovered that he could eliminate witnesses and satisfy violent urges through murder. His first known victim was a woman he had met in Sao Paulo's red light district, someone whose disappearance was unlikely to trigger intensive police investigation. The method Francisco developed for disposing of his victims revealed both his intelligence and his complete dehumanization of the women he killed. He would dismember their bodies with surgical precision, using techniques that suggested either medical knowledge or extensive practice with butchering techniques. His nickname, Chico Picadinho, which roughly translates to Little Chopped Frank, reflected the horrifying efficiency with which he reduced human beings to anonymous body parts. This dismemberment served both practical and psychological purposes, making body disposal easier while also satisfying his apparent need to completely destroy his victim's humanity. Francisco's victim selection process demonstrated his understanding of social hierarchies and his exploitation of women who occupied marginalized positions in Brazilian society. His targets were typically prostitutes, domestic workers, or other women from poor backgrounds whose disappearances might not receive thorough investigation from authorities. The geographical concentration of Francisco's crimes in Sao Paulo's urban areas created additional challenges for investigators trying to connect different murders to a single perpetrator. The city's size and complexity provided numerous locations for disposing of body parts while offering anonymity for someone who understood how to blend into urban environments. His ability to evade capture for a decade revealed both his cunning and the limitations of Brazilian law enforcement during the 1960s and 1970s. Police resources were limited, forensic techniques were primitive, and there was little coordination between different agencies investigating related crimes. The social context of Francisco's crimes also worked in his favor, as Brazilian society during this period placed little value on the lives of poor women, particularly those involved in prostitution or other marginalized activities. This social indifference meant that his victims' disappearances received minimal attention from either authorities or the media. Francisco's psychological profile revealed a man who had completely disconnected from normal human empathy and viewed his victims as objects to be used and discarded rather than as fellow human beings deserving of respect and protection. His ability to dismember bodies with such precision suggested a level of psychological detachment that was truly chilling. The investigation into Francisco's crimes was hampered by the difficulty of identifying victims whose bodies had been so thoroughly dismembered and scattered. Many of his victims were never positively identified, meaning that their families never learned what had happened to their missing loved ones. His eventual capture came through witness testimony and physical evidence that connected him to several crime scenes. When police arrested him in 1976, they discovered that he had been responsible for a systematic campaign of murder and dismemberment that had terrorized São Paulo's most vulnerable women for a decade. During his trial, Francisco showed little emotion or remorse when confronted with evidence of his crimes. He discussed the murders in clinical, detached terms that revealed his complete inability to recognize the humanity of his victims or understand the suffering he had caused to their families. The case of Francisco das Chagas Rodrigues de Brito exposed serious deficiencies in how Brazilian society protected its most vulnerable members and investigated crimes against marginalized victims. His ability to operate undetected for so long highlighted the need for better police training and resources. In 1979, Francisco was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to lengthy prison terms that effectively meant he would spend the rest of his life in custody. He died in prison in 2004, having spent nearly 3 decades behind bars for his crimes against innocent women. Moving from Brazil to Japan, we encountered Tsutomu Miyazaki, a killer whose crimes shocked a nation that prided itself on safety and social order. Known as the otaku murderer and the little girl murderer, Miyazaki killed 4 young girls between 1988 and 1989, engaging in necrophilic acts and cannibalism that horrified Japanese society and sparked national debates about social isolation and mental health. Born in 1962 into a wealthy family in Tokyo, Miyazaki's early life was marked by physical deformities and social isolation that contributed to his psychological development in disturbing ways. He suffered from a rare condition that fused the bones in his hands, making normal social interactions difficult and contributing to his withdrawal from human contact. Despite his family's wealth and social status, Miyazaki struggled academically and socially throughout his school years. His physical deformities made him a target for bullying and ridicule, while his increasingly bizarre behavior alienated potential friends and romantic partners. As he entered adulthood, Miyazaki became obsessed with horror films, pornography, and manga comics featuring violence against children. This obsession consumed increasing amounts of his time and mental energy, creating a fantasy world that gradually replaced normal social relationships and activities. His transformation into a killer began when these violent fantasies started to merge with reality, creating urges that he found increasingly difficult to control. The boundary between his imaginary world of violence and the real world began to dissolve, leading to his first actual attack on an innocent child. Miyazaki's method of selecting victims revealed his predatory understanding of child psychology and parental trust. He would approach young girls who were playing alone or walking home from school, presenting himself as a helpful adult who could provide assistance or entertainment. His victims were between the ages of 4 and 7, children who were naturally trusting and unlikely to recognize the danger he represented. Miyazaki understood how to exploit their innocence and natural tendency to trust adults who appeared friendly and helpful. The crimes Miyazaki committed against these innocent children were so horrific that many details were suppressed by Japanese media and authorities. He would abduct his victims, take them to isolated locations, and subject them to sexual assault and torture before killing them. Even more disturbing were the acts he performed after murdering his victims. Miyazaki engaged in necrophilic behavior with the corpses and consumed parts of their bodies, demonstrating a level of psychological disturbance that challenged conventional understanding of criminal behavior. His disposal methods included both burial and dismemberment, with some body parts being scattered in different locations to complicate identification and investigation. Miyazaki also kept personal items belonging to his victims as trophies, revealing the importance these crimes held in his psychological fantasy life. The investigation into Miyazaki's crimes was complicated by his intelligence and understanding of forensic techniques. He took steps to avoid leaving physical evidence at crime scenes and was careful to establish alibis that might deflect suspicion from his activities. His ability to maintain a facade of normalcy while committing these horrific crimes was particularly unsettling to Japanese society. Miyazaki continued to live with his family and maintain superficial social relationships while systematically hunting and killing innocent children. The discovery of Miyazaki's crimes began when he was caught attempting to photograph a young girl in a compromising position. This incident led to a search of his belongings that uncovered evidence connecting him to the missing children cases that had terrorized the Tokyo area. When police searched his room, they discovered thousands of videotapes containing horror films, pornography, and footage he had recorded of his victims. This evidence revealed the extent to which his crimes were connected to his obsessive consumption of violent media and his inability to distinguish fantasy from reality. During interrogation, Miyazaki initially denied involvement in the murders, but eventually confessed when confronted with overwhelming physical evidence. His confessions revealed the calculating nature of his crimes and his complete lack of empathy for the suffering he had inflicted on innocent children and their families. The psychological evaluation conducted during his trial identified Miyazaki as suffering from multiple personality disorder, though this diagnosis was controversial and disputed by other mental health experts. What was clear was that he represented an extreme case of social isolation and fantasy-driven violence. The case sparked intense national debate in Japan about the role of violent media in criminal behavior and the dangers of social isolation in modern society. Miyazaki's obsession with horror films and pornography led to calls for stricter regulation of such materials and better support for socially isolated individuals. In 1997, Miyazaki was sentenced to death for his crimes, a sentence that was carried out in 2008 after years of appeals and legal proceedings. His execution brought closure to the families of his victims, but left many questions about how such crimes could be prevented in the future. The international attention Miyazaki's case received highlighted Japan's struggle to maintain its image as a safe, orderly society while dealing with the reality of violent crime and social dysfunction. His crimes forced Japanese society to confront uncomfortable questions about isolation, mental health, and the protection of children. Our examination now turns to Australia, where we encounter Ivan Milat, a killer whose crimes exploited the vast, isolated landscapes of the continent to create one of the country's most notorious serial murder cases. Known as the backpacker murderer, Milat killed at least 7 young travelers between 1989 and 1992, targeting international tourists who were exploring Australia's wilderness areas. Born in 1944 into a large working-class family in New South Wales, Milat grew up in an environment where violence was normalized and criminal behavior was tolerated or even encouraged. Several of his siblings had criminal records, creating a family culture that viewed illegal activity as an acceptable way to solve problems or obtain desired outcomes. Milat's early criminal career included theft, assault, and weapons violations that demonstrated his willingness to use violence to achieve his goals. His familiarity with firearms and his knowledge of Australia's remote wilderness areas would later prove crucial to his success as a serial killer. The geographical advantages that Milat exploited interstated. Australia, his crimes cannot be OV's vast forests, and isolated camping areas provided perfect locations for abducting tourists without witnesses, while the remote burial sites he chose ensured that bodies might never be discovered. His victim selection process demonstrated a predatory understanding of tourist behavior and the vulnerabilities of young people traveling alone in unfamiliar territory. Milat targeted backpackers who were hitchhiking or camping in isolated areas, understanding that they were far from help and unlikely to be immediately missed if they disappeared. The international nature of his victims created additional challenges for investigators, as the tourists came from different countries and their disappearances weren't immediately recognized as connected to a single perpetrator. Some victims' families were thousands of miles away, making it difficult to coordinate investigations or share information about missing persons. Milat's method of operation involved offering rides to hitchhiking backpackers, then driving them to isolated forest locations where he would reveal his true intentions. His knowledge of the wilderness allowed him to select spots where screams wouldn't be heard and where bodies could be concealed indefinitely. The weapons he used included firearms and knives, tools that were readily available to someone with his background and interests. Milat's familiarity with these weapons allowed him to kill efficiently while also inflicting the kind of torture that suggested he derived sadistic pleasure from his victims' suffering. His disposal methods revealed both practical planning and psychological needs related to control and dominance. Milat would bury his victims in shallow graves in remote forest locations, sometimes returning to the sites to revisit his crimes or add additional bodies to existing burial areas. The investigation into Milat's crimes was complicated by the vast geographical area that needed to be searched and the difficulty of connecting disappearances that occurred over several years. Australian law enforcement agencies had limited experience with serial murder cases and struggled to recognize the patterns in these tourist disappearances. The discovery of Milat's crimes began when hikers found human remains in Belanglo State Forest, leading to a systematic search that uncovered multiple burial sites containing the bodies of missing backpackers. The evidence revealed a systematic campaign of murder that had been targeting international tourists for years. When confronted with physical evidence connecting him to the crime scenes, Milat maintained his innocence and attempted to construct elaborate alibis to explain away the forensic evidence. His familiarity with police procedures and legal processes suggested that he had anticipated eventual capture and prepared defenses in advance. The trial of Ivan Milat became one of Australia's most closely watched criminal proceedings, as the nation struggled to understand how such crimes could occur in a country that prided itself on being a safe destination for international travelers. In 1996, Milat was convicted of 7 murders and sentenced to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole. He died in prison in 2019, having spent more than 2 decades behind bars while maintaining his innocence despite overwhelming evidence of his guilt. The impact of Milat's crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims to affect Australia's international reputation and its tourism industry. The case highlighted the vulnerability of international travelers and led to improved safety measures and communication systems for people exploring remote areas. These cases of Yang Xinhai, Francisco das Chagas, Rodriguez de Brito, Tsutomu Miyazaki, and Ivan Milat demonstrate the global nature of serial violence and the diverse ways that predators exploit social, geographical, and technological circumstances to commit their crimes. The common threads connecting these cases include the systematic targeting of vulnerable victims, the exploitation of social inequalities and institutional weaknesses, and the profound failures of prevention and investigation that allowed these killers to operate for extended periods. What makes these cases particularly significant is how they reveal the adaptability of evil to different cultural, social, and geographical contexts. From China's rural villages to Japan's urban centers, from Brazil's urban slums to Australia's wilderness areas, predators have found ways to exploit whatever circumstances and vulnerabilities were available to them. The psychological profiles emerging from these cases also demonstrate the diversity of motivations and methods that characterize serial murder. Some killers were driven by revenge, others by sexual gratification, and still others by complex fantasy systems that merged violence with other psychological needs. The investigative challenges revealed in these cases highlight the importance of international cooperation and information sharing in combating serial violence. Many of these killers might have been captured sooner if law enforcement agencies had better systems for recognizing patterns and coordinating investigations across jurisdictional boundaries. The impact of these crimes on their respective societies also demonstrates how serial murder affects not just immediate victims and their families, but entire communities and nations. The fear and social disruption created by these killers had lasting effects that extended far beyond their active periods. Understanding these lesser known cases provides crucial insights into the full spectrum of serial violence and the various factors that enable such crimes to occur. By studying these diverse examples, researchers and law enforcement professionals can develop better strategies for prevention, investigation, and prosecution of similar cases. The technological and social changes that have occurred since many of these crimes were committed have created both new opportunities and new challenges for serial killers and those trying to stop them. Modern communication systems and forensic techniques make it harder for killers to operate undetected, but globalization and urbanization have also created new vulnerabilities that predators can exploit. The lessons learned from these cases must be applied to current and future efforts to protect vulnerable populations and prevent serial violence. The failures and successes revealed in these investigations provide valuable guidance for building better systems of protection and response. Most importantly, these cases serve as reminders that behind every statistic about serial murder are real human beings whose lives were cut short by evil. The victims of Yang Xinhai, Francisco das Chagas, Rodriguez de Brito, Tsutomu Miyazaki, and even Milat deserved protection that their societies failed to provide, and their memories deserve to be honored through continued efforts to prevent similar tragedies. The continuing study and documentation of these cases ensures that their lessons are not lost and that future generations can learn from both the failures and successes revealed in these investigations. By remembering these unknown monsters and their forgotten victims, we honor the memory of those who died while working to build a world where such evil cannot operate with impunity. These international cases also demonstrate that evil transcends cultural, religious, and national boundaries, appearing wherever certain psychological and social conditions align to create monsters. The universality of these patterns suggests that serial violence represents a fundamental challenge to human civilization that requires coordinated global responses. The diversity of these cases also highlights the importance of avoiding oversimplified explanations for serial violence. Each killer operated within unique circumstances that shaped their methods and motivations, demonstrating that effective prevention and investigation strategies must be flexible enough to address this diversity while recognizing common patterns and warning signs. The examination of these international monsters reveals patterns that challenge our understanding of evil itself, but there are still more cases that expose the darkest corners of human depravity. Our investigation now takes us to examine killers whose methods were so systematic and brutal that they redefined what we thought possible in terms of human cruelty. Gilles de Rais stands as history's most notorious child killer, yet his name has been largely forgotten outside academic circles despite committing crimes that may have claimed over 140 innocent lives. Born into French nobility in 1404, de Rais initially served as a military commander alongside Joan of Arc, earning fame and fortune as a war hero before descending into a spiral of occultism and child murder that would terrorize the French countryside for years. His transformation from celebrated knight to child killer began after Joan of Arc's death, when de Rais retreated to his castle and became obsessed with alchemy and black magic. He believed that sacrificing children in satanic rituals would grant him supernatural powers and restore his dwindling fortune, creating a twisted justification system that allowed him to view mass murder as a spiritual practice. The scope of de Rais's crimes was staggering, even by medieval standards. He would lure peasant children to his castle with promises of food, work, or religious instruction, then subject them to horrific torture and sexual abuse before killing them in elaborate ritualistic ceremonies. The children, trusting in his noble status and religious pretensions, had no way of knowing they were walking into the hands of a monster. His method of victim selection deliberately targeted society's most powerless members. Peasant children from poor families were chosen because their disappearances were unlikely to trigger investigations by authorities who cared little about the lives of common people. This calculated exploitation of social hierarchies allowed de Rais to operate with virtual impunity for nearly a decade. The ritualistic elements of his crimes revealed a sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and religious symbolism. De Rais would dress his torture chambers like satanic chapels, complete with inverted crosses and occult paraphernalia, creating an atmosphere of supernatural terror that paralyzed his young victims with fear before he killed them. His ability to evade justice for so long was aided by his noble status and political connections, which made local authorities reluctant to investigate reports about missing children from his territory. The feudal system provided powerful lords with almost absolute authority over their domains, creating opportunities for predators like de Rais to commit atrocities without fear of consequences. The investigation into de Rais's crimes began when his political enemies found an opportunity to use the child murder allegations against him in a broader power struggle. Once authorities finally gained access to his castle, they discovered evidence of systematic torture and murder that shocked even hardened medieval investigators. When confronted with the evidence, de Rais initially maintained his innocence, but eventually confessed to the murders in graphic detail, describing his methods and motivations with a clinical detachment that horrified his interrogators. His confessions revealed not only the scope of his crimes, but also the twisted psychological processes that had driven him to commit them. The trial of Gilles de Rais became a sensation throughout medieval Europe, as people struggled to comprehend how someone of such high social standing could commit such heinous crimes against innocent children. The case challenged assumptions about nobility and virtue while exposing the vulnerability of poor children to predators with power and authority. In 1440, de Rais was executed for his crimes, but not before his case had established patterns of child predation and ritualistic murder that would echo through centuries of criminal history. His systematic approach to finding, torturing, and killing children provided a template that later predators would consciously or unconsciously follow. Moving forward several centuries, we encounter H. Holmes, America's first documented serial killer, whose crimes during the 1893 Chicago World's Fair demonstrated how major public events could provide cover for systematic murder. Born Herman Webster Mudgett in 1861, Holmes constructed what became known as his murder castle, a specially designed building that served as both hotel and killing ground for an unknown number of victims. Holmes's transformation into a killer was gradual, beginning with insurance fraud and escalating to murder when he discovered that killing could solve his financial problems while satisfying darker psychological urges. His intelligence and charm made him particularly dangerous, as victims trusted him completely before realizing they were trapped in his carefully constructed death trap. The murder castle that Holmes built in Chicago was a masterpiece of criminal engineering, featuring secret passages, soundproof rooms, gas chambers, and a basement crematorium designed specifically for disposing of human remains. Every aspect of the building was designed to facilitate murder while eliminating evidence of his crimes. His victim selection process exploited the chaos and anonymity of the World's Fair when thousands of visitors were arriving in Chicago without established social connections or people who would immediately notice their disappearance. Holmes specifically targeted young women who were traveling alone or seeking employment in the bustling city. The methods Holmes used to kill his victims varied depending on his mood and the opportunities presented by each situation. Some were gassed in specially constructed chambers, others were locked in soundproof rooms to starve, and still others were tortured to death in his basement laboratory where he conducted twisted medical experiments. His disposal techniques revealed both practical intelligence and psychological satisfaction derived from completely eliminating his victims' identities. Holmes would strip flesh from bones using acid, sell skeletons to medical schools, and burn remaining evidence in his custom-built crematorium, ensuring that many victims were never identified or connected to him. The investigation into Holmes's crimes was complicated by his elaborate fraud schemes and the destruction of evidence that made it difficult to establish exactly how many people he had killed. Estimates range from 27 confirmed victims to over 200 possible deaths, making him potentially one of America's most prolific killers. His eventual capture came not through investigation of the murders, but through insurance fraud charges that led authorities to examine his other activities more closely. When investigators finally gained access to the murder castle, they discovered a horror show of torture devices, human remains, and evidence of systematic killing. During his trial, Holmes alternately confessed to and denied various murders, seeming to enjoy the attention and confusion his contradictory statements created. His ability to manipulate both victims and investigators demonstrated the dangerous combination of intelligence and complete lack of empathy that characterized his personality. In 1896, Holmes was executed for his crimes, but questions about the full extent of his killing spree remained unanswered. His case established many of the patterns that would characterize American serial murder, including the exploitation of social mobility and anonymity to find victims and avoid detection. The psychological profile that emerged from Holmes's case revealed a man who viewed other human beings as resources to be exploited rather than as fellow creatures deserving of respect and protection. His complete commodification of human life would become a hallmark of many later serial killers who combined murder with financial gain. From America's Gilded Age, our examination moves to examine Belle Gunness, a Norwegian-American woman whose crimes challenged assumptions about female serial killers while demonstrating how domestic settings could become killing grounds. Operating from her Indiana farm between 1884 and 1908, Gunness systematically murdered an estimated 40 victims, including her own children and multiple husbands. Gunness's transformation into a killer appears to have been motivated primarily by financial gain, as she discovered that murdering family members and suitors could provide insurance payouts and inheritance money that funded her increasingly lavish lifestyle. Her ability to present herself as a grieving widow or devoted mother provided perfect cover for her systematic elimination of anyone who stood between her and financial security. Her method of victim selection revealed a calculating intelligence that exploited society's assumptions about female behavior and maternal instincts. Gunness would place advertisements in newspapers seeking male companions, luring lonely men to her farm with promises of marriage and domestic happiness before killing them for their money and property. The domestic setting of her crimes made them particularly difficult to detect, as deaths within families were typically attributed to accidents, illnesses, or other natural causes rather than murder. Gunness understood how to exploit medical ignorance and social assumptions to avoid suspicion, even when multiple family members died under mysterious circumstances. Her disposal methods were both practical and psychologically disturbing, as she would dismember victims and bury their remains throughout her property, treating human bodies like livestock to be processed and disposed of efficiently. This business-like approach to murder revealed a level of emotional detachment that was truly chilling. The investigation into Gunness's crimes began when her farmhouse burned down in 1908, revealing human remains that couldn't be explained by the fire alone. As authorities excavated her property, they discovered a systematic killing ground where dozens of victims had been murdered and buried over more than 2 decades. The evidence recovered from Gunness's farm shocked investigators and the public, as the scope of her crimes exceeded anything previously imagined from a female killer. The systematic nature of the murders and the cold calculation revealed in her methods challenged conventional assumptions about women's capacity for violence. Gunness herself disappeared before she could be arrested, leading to speculation that she had faked her own death in the fire and escaped to continue her criminal career elsewhere. Her ability to evade capture demonstrated the same intelligence and planning that had made her such an effective killer. The case of Belle Gunness established important precedents for understanding female serial killers and the ways that domestic violence could escalate into systematic murder. Her crimes revealed how traditional gender roles and social assumptions could provide cover for predators operating within family structures. Our investigation now turns to examine Earl Leonard Nelson, known as the Gorilla Man, whose crimes during the 1920s demonstrated how mental illness and religious obsession could combine to create a particularly dangerous type of serial killer. Between 1926 and 1927, Nelson murdered at least 22 people across the United States and Canada, primarily targeting landladies who rented rooms to traveling men. Born in 1897 in San Francisco, Nelson experienced severe head trauma as a child that likely contributed to his later psychological problems and violent behavior. The injury occurred when he was struck by a streetcar, causing brain damage that manifested in personality changes, violent outbursts, and an obsessive preoccupation with religious themes. His transformation into a killer was gradual, beginning with increasingly erratic behavior and escalating to sexual assault and murder when his psychological condition deteriorated to the point where he could no longer control his violent impulses. The religious delusions that consumed his thinking provided a twisted justification system that allowed him to view his crimes as divinely inspired. Nelson's method of victim selection exploited the boarding house system that provided temporary accommodation for traveling workers and salesmen. He would present himself as a respectable tenant seeking a room, then attack his landladies when they were alone and vulnerable, understanding that their isolation made them perfect targets. His modus operandi typically involved sexual assault, followed by strangulation, with the religious elements of his delusions manifesting in bizarre behavior at crime scenes. Nelson would sometimes arrange victims' bodies in poses that reflected his twisted interpretation of biblical themes, revealing the depth of his psychological disturbance. The geographical spread of Nelson's crimes across multiple states and into Canada created significant challenges for law enforcement agencies trying to track his movements and connect different murders to a single perpetrator. His nomadic lifestyle and ability to blend into transient populations made him nearly impossible to locate. His ability to evade capture was enhanced by his understanding of how to exploit the boarding house system and transient communities where people moved frequently and didn't establish lasting relationships. Nelson could disappear into these populations and emerge in distant cities without anyone being able to trace his movements. The investigation into Nelson's crimes was complicated by poor communication between different police departments and the lack of centralized systems for tracking criminals who operated across jurisdictional boundaries. Each murder was initially investigated as an isolated incident rather than part of a larger pattern. His eventual capture came through eyewitness testimony and physical evidence that connected him to multiple crime scenes. When authorities finally apprehended Nelson in 1927, they discovered that he had been responsible for a systematic campaign of murder that had terrorized boarding house operators across North America. During his trial, Nelson's bizarre behavior and religious ravings provided clear evidence of his mental illness, but also demonstrated his complete lack of remorse for the suffering he had caused. His inability to distinguish between his delusional religious beliefs and reality made him particularly dangerous to anyone who encountered him. In 1928, Nelson was executed for his crimes, bringing an end to one of the most unusual and disturbing serial murder cases of the early 20th century. His case highlighted the dangerous intersection of mental illness, religious obsession, and violent behavior while demonstrating the vulnerability of people working in service industries. The psychological profile that emerged from Nelson's case provided important insights into how head trauma and mental illness could contribute to the development of serial killing behavior. His combination of brain damage, religious delusions, and sexual violence created a particularly volatile and dangerous personality type. From the 1920s, our examination moves forward to consider Albert Fish, perhaps the most disturbing child killer in American criminal history. Known as the Gray Man and the Werewolf of Wisteria, Fish committed crimes so horrific that many details were suppressed during his trial to avoid traumatizing the public with the full extent of his depravity. Born in 1870, Fish experienced severe childhood abuse and trauma that contributed to his development of extreme paraphilias and violent fantasies involving children. His early life was marked by abandonment, institutional abuse, and exposure to violence that shaped his psychological development in profoundly disturbing ways. His transformation into a child killer was gradual, beginning with minor sexual offenses and escalating over decades to include kidnapping, torture, murder, and cannibalism. Fish's crimes represented perhaps the most extreme example of how childhood trauma could manifest in adult violence against innocent children. The scope of Fish's crimes may never be fully known, as he claimed to have assaulted or killed children in every state, with estimates ranging from confirmed cases in the dozens to his own claims of hundreds of victims. His nomadic lifestyle and ability to blend into communities made it nearly impossible to verify the full extent of his criminal activities. His method of victim selection deliberately targeted children from poor families who were unlikely to receive thorough police investigation if they disappeared. Fish understood social hierarchies and exploited them ruthlessly, knowing that society placed less value on the lives of children from disadvantaged backgrounds. The crimes Fish committed against his victims were so horrific that prosecutors struggled with how to present evidence without traumatizing jurors and court officials. His methods included prolonged torture, sexual assault, murder, and acts of cannibalism that defied comprehension even among experienced criminal investigators. His ability to evade detection for decades was aided by his ordinary appearance and ability to present himself as a harmless elderly man who posed no threat to children or families. This facade of respectability allowed him to gain access to potential victims while avoiding suspicion from parents and authorities. The investigation into Fish's crimes began when he made the fatal mistake of sending a letter to the family of one of his victims, describing in graphic detail what he had done to their child. This letter provided authorities with evidence that led to his identification and eventual capture. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Fish showed no remorse and actually seemed proud of his actions, describing his methods in clinical detail that shocked even experienced investigators. His confessions revealed not only the scope of his crimes, but also the twisted psychological processes that had driven him to commit them. The trial of Albert Fish became a landmark case in the development of criminal psychology, as experts struggled to understand how someone could commit such horrific acts while maintaining enough functional ability to evade capture for so long. His case challenged existing understanding of mental illness and criminal responsibility. These forgotten monsters and their countless victims serve as chilling reminders that evil knows no boundaries and often thrives in the shadows where society fails to look. While their names may never achieve the notoriety of more famous killers, their crimes were no less devastating to the families destroyed and communities terrorized. By remembering these cases and learning from the failures that allowed such predators to operate with impunity, we honor the memory of those who died while working to ensure that future monsters cannot claim so many innocent lives. The small town of Millbrook Falls thought they knew evil when Harold Vance moved in next door. What they didn't know was that Harold had already perfected his craft across 3 states, leaving behind a trail of bodies that investigators would never connect to the soft spoken librarian who organized charity drives and volunteered at the local animal shelter every weekend. Between 1987 and 1994, Harold Vance systematically eliminated 17 people using a method so precise, so calculated, that law enforcement agencies never suspected they were dealing with a serial killer. His victims weren't random selections of opportunity. They were carefully chosen individuals who shared one specific characteristic that fed Harold's twisted psychological need for control. Harold targeted people who lived alone and had recently experienced significant life changes. New divorcees, recent retirees, individuals who had just lost a spouse. He would spend months studying their routines, learning their vulnerabilities, becoming a trusted presence in their lives before striking. His weapon of choice wasn't a knife or gun, but something far more insidious. Harold was a master of insulin manipulation. Working part-time at a medical supply company gave him access to pharmaceutical-grade insulin, and his background in chemistry allowed him to create concentrated doses that would send his victims into fatal hypoglycemic shock. To investigators, those deaths appeared to be natural occurrences or tragic accidents involving diabetic complications, even when the victims had no history of diabetes. The genius of Harold's method lay in its invisibility. Insulin breaks down rapidly in the body, making it nearly undetectable during standard autopsies, unless investigators specifically test for it within hours of death. By the time authorities arrived at each scene, any trace evidence had naturally dissipated, leaving behind what appeared to be unfortunate medical emergencies. But Harold's true evil extended beyond his killing method. He would spend weeks befriending his victims, gaining their trust, learning their deepest fears and insecurities. He kept detailed journals documenting their emotional states, their daily routines, their relationships with family members. These journals, discovered years later, revealed a mind that took pleasure not just in ending lives, but in manipulating and psychologically torturing his victims before their deaths. His final victim, 62-year-old Margaret Chen, nearly escaped Harold's web. Margaret had recently retired from her position as a high school principal and was struggling with the isolation of her new lifestyle. Harold approached her at a coffee shop, striking up conversations about books and retirement planning. Over several months, he became her closest confidant, the person she called when she felt lonely or uncertain about her future. Margaret's sister became suspicious when Margaret mentioned Harold's increasing presence in her daily routine. Something about the timing felt wrong, the way Harold always seemed to appear during Margaret's most vulnerable moments. When Margaret was found unconscious in her home 3 days later, her sister insisted on a comprehensive autopsy despite the apparent natural causes of death. It was this insistence that finally exposed Harold Vance. The medical examiner discovered lethal levels of insulin in Margaret's system, launching an investigation that would eventually uncover Harold's 7-year killing spree. Police found his journals hidden in a false wall of his basement, containing detailed psychological profiles of all 17 victims and disturbing photographs taken during their final moments. The journals revealed Harold's methodology went far beyond simple murder. He documented his victims' increasing dependence on his friendship, their growing isolation from other relationships, their gradual decline in mental health as he systematically undermined their confidence and self worth. He had created a psychological prison for each victim before delivering the final physical blow. Harold Vance was sentenced to 17 consecutive life sentences in 1995. He showed no remorse during his trial, instead expressing frustration that investigators had taken so long to appreciate the sophistication of his work. He died in prison in 2003, taking with him the locations of several victims whose bodies were never recovered. But Harold Vance's story pales in comparison to the calculated brutality of Elena Kozlov, a traveling nurse who used her medical credentials to gain access to victims across the Pacific Northwest between 1998 and 2006. Elena's method was even more diabolical because she targeted the most vulnerable members of society, people who trusted her implicitly because of her professional position. Elena specialized in administering care to elderly patients in their homes, providing everything from medication management to basic medical procedures. Her credentials were impeccable, her references glowing, and her bedside manner was described by families as compassionate and professional. What they didn't know was that Elena had developed a pathological obsession with what she called mercy transitions, her euphemism for the systematic murder of patients she deemed ready to die. Unlike Harold's insulin method, Elena employed a rotating selection of techniques that mimicked common medical complications in elderly patients. She would induce heart arrhythmias using potassium chloride, cause respiratory failure through morphine overdoses disguised as pain management, or create fatal blood clots using air injections. Each method was designed to appear as a natural progression of the patient's existing medical conditions. Elena's selection process was chillingly methodical. She would accept assignments only with patients who had limited family involvement, complex medical histories, and terminal or degenerative conditions. She avoided patients with attentive relatives or those under the care of particularly vigilant physicians. Her victims were typically isolated, elderly individuals whose deaths would be viewed as inevitable rather than suspicious. What made Elena particularly dangerous was her ability to manipulate family members' perceptions of their loved ones' conditions. She would gradually introduce the idea that their relative was suffering more than necessary, that their quality of life had deteriorated beyond recovery. She presented herself as the compassionate professional who understood their pain and could provide guidance during difficult decisions about end-of-life care. Elena kept detailed records of each victim's medical history, family dynamics, and her own interventions. These records, discovered in her apartment after her arrest, read like a predator's hunting journal. She documented not just the medical aspects of each murder, but also the psychological manipulation of family members and her own emotional responses to each killing. Her downfall began when Dr. Patricia Williams, a geriatrician in Seattle, noticed an unusual pattern in patient deaths among elderly individuals who had recently been under Elena's care. Dr. Williams had worked with Elena on several cases and had initially been impressed by her dedication and knowledge. However, when 3 of Elena's patients died within a month of each other under similar circumstances, Dr. Williams began to pay closer attention. The pattern that emerged was subtle but unmistakable. Patients under Elena's care who had been stable or even improving would suddenly experience rapid declines in their conditions. These declines always occurred during Elena's shifts and were accompanied by symptoms that, while consistent with their underlying conditions, seemed unusually severe and sudden in onset. Dr. Williams quietly began coordinating with other physicians who had worked with Elena, and together they identified 17 suspicious deaths across 4 years. When they presented their findings to law enforcement, investigators discovered that Elena had been systematically targeting vulnerable elderly patients across 3 states, using her medical knowledge and professional access to commit what prosecutors would later describe as some of the most calculated murders in Pacific Northwest history. Elena's trial revealed the disturbing psychology behind her crimes. Court-appointed psychiatrists determined that she suffered from a God complex combined with necrophilic tendencies, meaning she derived sexual gratification from being present during and immediately after her victims' deaths. She had convinced herself that she was providing a service to families by ending their loved ones' suffering, but her detailed journals revealed the true nature of her motivations. The journals contained graphic descriptions of her victims' final moments, her own physical and emotional responses to their deaths, and detailed analyses of family members' grief reactions. She had photographed many of her victims both before and after their deaths, creating what investigators described as a trophy collection that demonstrated clear premeditation and a complete lack of empathy for human suffering. Elena Kozlov was convicted of 19 counts of first-degree murder in 2007 and sentenced to death. She remains on death row, where she has spent the last 16 years filing appeals and writing letters to medical journals defending her actions as necessary interventions in cases of terminal suffering. Her case led to significant changes in oversight protocols for private duty nurses and highlighted the vulnerability of elderly patients receiving in-home medical care. The investigation into Elena's activities uncovered connections to another equally disturbing case that had remained unsolved for nearly a decade. Thomas Brennan, a former paramedic turned medical equipment salesman, had operated across the Midwest between 1995 and 2002, targeting victims in a way that exploited the very systems designed to protect public health. Thomas had developed what investigators would later describe as the perfect cover for serial murder. His job required him to visit hospitals, nursing homes, and medical facilities throughout Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, giving him unprecedented access to vulnerable patients and detailed knowledge of medical procedures. Unlike Elena's focused approach on elderly patients, Thomas cast a wider net, selecting victims based on their isolation and the likelihood that their deaths would go unnoticed or uninvestigated. His method was devastatingly simple, yet nearly impossible to detect. Thomas would identify patients who were already critically ill or recovering from major surgeries, individuals whose conditions made them particularly susceptible to complications. During his legitimate visits to medical facilities, he would gain access to patient rooms under the pretense of checking or servicing medical equipment. Thomas specialized in manipulating intravenous lines and medication delivery systems. He would introduce air bubbles into IV lines, creating fatal air embolisms, or he would contaminate IV bags with bacteria cultures he cultivated at home. These interventions would cause deaths that appeared to result from hospital-acquired infections or post-surgical complications, conditions that were unfortunately common enough to avoid raising immediate suspicion. What set Thomas apart from other medical serial killers was his understanding of hospital bureaucracy and infection control protocols. He knew that hospitals were reluctant to investigate deaths that could potentially expose them to malpractice lawsuits or regulatory scrutiny. His victims' deaths were often attributed to systemic failures rather than individual malicious acts, allowing Thomas to operate undetected for 7 years. The psychological profile that emerged during Thomas's eventual capture revealed a man driven by a complex mixture of superiority and resentment toward the medical establishment. Having been dismissed from his paramedic position following a series of patient complaints about his bedside manner, Thomas harbored deep anger toward healthcare professionals and patients alike. His journals, written in a coded system of his own creation, described his victims as weak specimens who were draining resources from more deserving cases. Thomas kept meticulous records not just of his victims, but of the entire medical facilities where he committed his crimes. He documented staffing patterns, security protocols, and the specific types of patients who would make ideal targets. His notebooks contained floor plans of dozens of hospitals and nursing homes, with detailed annotations about access points, camera locations, and the busiest times when his activities would be least likely to draw attention. His selection process was coldly calculated. Thomas would review patient charts when possible, looking for individuals with limited family involvement, complex medical histories that could explain sudden deterioration, and conditions that would make them less likely to survive unexpected complications. So he showed a particular preference for elderly patients with dementia or other cognitive impairments, knowing that these victims would be unable to report any suspicious interactions. The breakthrough in Thomas's case came when Dr. Sarah Martinez, an infectious disease specialist at Mercy General Hospital in Indianapolis, noticed an unusual cluster of post-surgical infections in patients who had undergone routine procedures. The infections were caused by a rare strain of bacteria that typically wasn't found in hospital environments, and all affected patients had been in rooms recently serviced by Thomas's company. Dr. Martinez's investigation revealed that the bacterial strain found in the infected patients was identical to cultures that could be purchased from biological supply companies, the same companies that Thomas's employer used for equipment calibration and testing. When hospital security reviewed footage from the days preceding each infection, they found Thomas entering patient rooms alone, often for extended periods that exceeded the time necessary for equipment checks. Law enforcement's investigation into Thomas uncovered a network of deaths across 3 states that had previously been attributed to natural causes or medical complications. Forensic analysis of tissue samples from exhumed victims revealed the presence of the same bacterial strains in 17 cases, along with evidence of deliberate air embolism in 6 others. Thomas's apartment contained what investigators described as a makeshift laboratory where he cultivated various bacterial cultures and tested methods for introducing them into medical equipment. His computer contained detailed research on hospital infection rates, antibiotic resistance patterns, and case studies of medical malpractice lawsuits related to post-surgical complications. The most disturbing aspect of Thomas's crimes was revealed through his encrypted digital journals, which documented not just his methods and victims, but his emotional responses to causing death and suffering. He described feeling a sense of power and control when he successfully manipulated medical systems to kill patients, and he took particular satisfaction in watching healthcare workers struggle to explain sudden deteriorations in their patients' conditions. Thomas had also been conducting what he called experiments on his victims, varying his methods to study the different ways human beings could die from medical complications. He treated his murder spree as a research project, documenting response times, symptom progressions, and the reactions of medical staff to each death. His journals revealed plans to eventually publish his findings in what he called a comprehensive study of systemic medical vulnerabilities. So, when confronted with evidence of his crimes, Thomas showed no remorse, but instead expressed pride in what he called his contribution to medical science. He claimed that his actions had exposed critical weaknesses in hospital safety protocols and that the deaths were justified by the knowledge gained from observing how easily medical systems could be compromised. Thomas Brennan was convicted of 23 counts of first-degree murder in 2003. During his sentencing hearing, he attempted to present a detailed analysis of hospital security failures and suggested that his actions should be viewed as a public service. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2008, but not before providing investigators with information that led to policy changes in medical equipment servicing protocols and patient room security measures. The Thomas Brennan case highlighted the vulnerability of patients in medical settings and led to significant reforms in how medical equipment companies conduct business in healthcare facilities. However, his crimes also demonstrated how individuals with specialized knowledge and legitimate access to secure environments could exploit trust and institutional protocols to commit murder on a massive scale. But even Thomas's calculated exploitation of medical systems seems almost straightforward compared to the psychological manipulation employed by Dr. Rachel Morrison, a licensed psychiatrist who used her position to identify and eliminate patients she deemed psychologically irredeemable between 2001 and 2009 across the Northeast. Dr. Rachel Morrison represents perhaps the most insidious form of serial killing because she weaponized the very therapeutic relationships designed to heal psychological trauma. As a licensed psychiatrist with privileges at 3 major medical centers in New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, Rachel had access to the most vulnerable segment of the population, individuals seeking help for severe mental health crises. Rachel's patient selection process was methodical and disturbing. She specifically targeted individuals with histories of suicide attempts, severe depression, and social isolation. Her ideal victims were patients who had been hospitalized for psychiatric emergencies, had minimal family support systems, and were struggling with what she clinically assessed as treatment-resistant mental illness. What made Rachel particularly dangerous was her ability to convince both colleagues and family members that her patients' eventual deaths were inevitable outcomes of their mental health conditions. She would document extensive notes about patients' suicidal ideation, their lack of response to medication, and their deteriorating social functioning. These carefully crafted records served as both cover for her crimes and psychological justification for what she convinced herself were mercy killings. Rachel's method involved a combination of medication manipulation and psychological abuse designed to drive her victims toward suicide. She would prescribe combinations of antidepressants and anti anxiety medications that, when taken together, would create severe psychological side effects, including increased suicidal thoughts, paranoia, and emotional instability. She would then use therapy sessions to reinforce her patients' feelings of hopelessness and worthlessness. Her therapy sessions were recorded for what she claimed were quality assurance purposes, but investigators later discovered that Rachel was using these recordings to study her patients' psychological breaking points. She would deliberately trigger traumatic memories, undermine their coping mechanisms, and systematically destroy their sense of self-worth while maintaining the facade of professional therapeutic intervention. Rachel kept what she called progression journals that documented each patient's psychological deterioration under her care. These journals revealed a mind that took scientific interest in human psychological destruction. She would note which therapeutic techniques were most effective at increasing despair, which medication combinations produced the most severe side effects, and how long it typically took to drive a patient to complete psychological collapse. The most chilling aspect of Rachel's crimes was her ability to convince patients that suicide was their only rational option. She would spend months carefully dismantling their hope for recovery, their faith in treatment, and their connections to supportive relationships. Her therapy sessions became elaborate psychological torture chambers where she used her professional expertise to systematically destroy her patient's will to live. Rachel's downfall began when Dr. Michael Chen, a colleague at Hartford Medical Center, noticed an unusual pattern in patient outcomes under Rachel's care. Dr. Chen had worked in psychiatric emergency services for 15 years and was familiar with typical suicide rates among high-risk patients. However, he observed that patients transferred to Rachel's long-term care showed suicide completion rates nearly 3 times higher than statistical norms for similar populations. When Dr. Chen quietly reviewed Rachel's patient files, he discovered that her documentation consistently painted pictures of hopeless prognoses, even for patients who had shown initial signs of improvement. More disturbing was his discovery that several patients who had died by suicide had been prescribed medication combinations that were known to increase suicidal ideation when used together. The investigation that followed revealed that Rachel had systematically murdered 37 patients over 8 years by driving them to suicide through a combination of medication manipulation and psychological abuse. Her recorded therapy sessions, initially thought to be evidence of thorough documentation, instead became proof of deliberate psychological torture designed to eliminate patients she deemed unworthy of continued existence. Rachel's trial exposed the horrifying psychology behind her crimes. Court-appointed psychiatrists determined that she suffered from what they termed therapeutic omnipotence syndrome, a delusional belief that she had the right to determine which patients deserved to live based on her assessment of their psychological prognosis. She had convinced herself that driving hopeless patients to suicide was a form of medical mercy that prevented prolonged suffering. Her detailed journals revealed that Rachel had developed elaborate psychological profiles of ideal victim types and had been refining her techniques for psychological manipulation over her entire career. She documented not just the methods that were most effective at inducing suicidal behavior, but also her own emotional responses to successfully driving patients to self destruction. Dr. Rachel Morrison was convicted of 37 counts of first degree murder in 2010. During her sentencing, she maintained that her actions were justified medical interventions designed to end psychological suffering in cases where traditional treatment had failed. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole and continues to file appeals, claiming that her psychiatric expertise makes her uniquely qualified to make life and death decisions about mentally ill patients. The Rachel Morrison case led to significant reforms in psychiatric medication, monitoring, and mandatory peer review processes for therapists treating high-risk patients. However, her crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of individuals seeking mental health treatment and the devastating potential for abuse when medical professionals exploit the trust inherent in therapeutic relationships. Moving from the medical field to the world of social services, we encounter Marcus Webb, a child protective services investigator who operated across rural communities in Oregon and Washington between 2003 and 2011. Marcus used his position investigating child abuse allegations to identify and target entire families that he believed were contributing to what he called generational dysfunction. Marcus's approach differed from other serial killers because he targeted complete family units rather than individual victims. His position as a CPS investigator gave him intimate knowledge of family dynamics, financial struggles, and personal vulnerabilities that he would later exploit to orchestrate what appeared to be family murder-suicides or tragic accidents. His victim selection process focused on families that were already under CPS investigation for neglect or abuse allegations. Marcus would identify cases where parents were struggling with addiction, domestic violence, or severe financial stress. He showed particular interest in families where children had been temporarily removed from the home or were at risk of permanent removal. Marcus's method involved systematically escalating existing family tensions until they reached a breaking point. He would manipulate case files to ensure that families remained under investigation for extended periods, creating additional stress and financial burden. He would schedule home visits during times when families were most vulnerable, often late at night or during periods of crisis. During these visits, Marcus would plant evidence of additional abuse or neglect, ensuring that families remained trapped in the CPS system. He would also provide families with information about other family members' cooperation with investigations, deliberately creating mistrust and paranoia within family units. His goal was to create enough psychological pressure that family members would turn against each other violently. The genius of Marcus's method lay in his ability to make family destructions appear to be natural consequences of existing dysfunction rather than deliberate orchestrations. When families under his investigation experienced violent incidents, other investigators assumed these were predictable outcomes of the underlying problems that had brought the families to CPS attention in the first place. Marcus kept detailed case files that went far beyond standard CPS documentation. His personal records included psychological profiles of each family member, assessments of their breaking points, and strategic plans for introducing additional stressors into their situations. He documented which types of interventions were most effective at creating family conflict and how different personality types responded to various forms of psychological pressure. His crimes were discovered when Detective Lisa Park of the Washington State Police noticed that families under Marcus's investigation experienced violent incidents at rates significantly higher than families investigated by other CPS workers. Detective Park's analysis revealed that over 8 years, 23 families under Marcus's care had experienced what appeared to be murder-suicides, domestic violence fatalities, or suspicious accidents that resulted in multiple deaths. The investigation revealed that Marcus had been deliberately sabotaging family reunification efforts while simultaneously escalating psychological pressure on already struggling parents. His manipulation tactics included providing false information about court proceedings, deliberately scheduling conflicting appointments, and ensuring that families received contradictory guidance from different service providers. When investigators searched Marcus's home, they found extensive files on each victim family that included photographs taken without consent, detailed psychological assessments, and what he called intervention timelines that mapped out his strategy for destroying each family unit. His computer contained research on family violence statistics, murder-suicide patterns, and case studies of CPS failures that had resulted in family tragedies. Marcus's journals revealed a man who believed he was performing a social service by eliminating families that he deemed irredeemable. He had convinced himself that children from these families would inevitably become criminals or abusers themselves, and that destroying the entire family unit prevented future generational trauma and crime. The most disturbing aspect of Marcus's psychology was his belief that he was protecting society by eliminating what he called genetic and cultural contamination. His writings revealed deeply held beliefs about social Darwinism and eugenics, combined with a God complex that convinced him he had the right to determine which families deserved to exist. Marcus Webb was convicted of orchestrating the deaths of 67 individuals across 23 families in 2012. His case led to comprehensive reforms in CPS oversight and mandatory psychological evaluations for social workers with access to vulnerable families. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2018, but not before providing investigators with information that helped identify systemic failures in child protection services across multiple states. The Marcus Webb case demonstrated how individuals in positions of social authority could exploit vulnerable populations and manipulate existing systems of family intervention to commit mass murder. His crimes highlighted the need for better oversight of social service workers and the importance of recognizing when intervention systems themselves become tools for predatory behavior. These cases represent just a fraction of the serial killers who have operated in plain sight, using their professional positions and social standing to commit crimes that went undetected for years or even decades. What makes these individuals particularly terrifying is not just the number of victims they claimed, but the systematic way they exploited trust, authority, and institutional access to commit murder on an unprecedented scale. The investigation into Marcus Webb's network revealed connections to Katherine Mills, a family court mediator who had been operating in Virginia and North Carolina between 2004 and 2013. Katherine discovered that her position in divorce and custody proceedings gave her access to families at their most vulnerable moments, when emotions were running high and rational judgment was compromised. Katherine specialized in cases involving bitter custody disputes, particularly those where allegations of abuse or neglect had been made against one or both parents. Her role as a court-appointed mediator meant that families trusted her to help them navigate complex legal proceedings and reach agreements that would protect their children's best interests. What they didn't know was that Katherine had developed an obsession with what she called purifying family bloodlines by eliminating parents she deemed genetically or morally unfit. Her victim selection process was chillingly methodical. Katherine would identify cases where parents had histories of mental illness, substance abuse, or criminal behavior. She showed particular interest in families where children displayed behavioral problems or learning disabilities, which she interpreted as evidence of inferior genetic material that needed to be eliminated from the population. Katherine's method involved manipulating custody arrangements to ensure that targeted parents had unsupervised access to their children during specific time periods. She would then introduce various toxins into the family's environment through seemingly innocent gifts or recommendations. Her background in chemistry, earned during a brief stint in graduate school before switching to law, allowed her to create untraceable poisons that would affect entire family units simultaneously. Her weapon of choice was a specially formulated compound that she would apply to children's toys, clothing, or bedding during court-supervised visits to family homes. The compound was designed to be absorbed through skin contact and would cause what appeared to be simultaneous food poisoning or flu-like symptoms that would escalate to organ failure within 48 hours. Katherine kept detailed genealogical records of each family she targeted, documenting what she perceived as genetic deficiencies and moral failings that justified their elimination. Her files contained extensive research into family medical histories, criminal backgrounds, and psychological profiles that she used to convince herself that these families posed threats to future generations. The breakthrough in Katherine's case came when Dr. Amanda Foster, a pediatric toxicologist at Virginia Commonwealth University Medical Center, noticed an unusual pattern in family deaths involving children in custody disputes. Dr. Foster had been consulted on several cases where entire families had died from apparent food poisoning, but toxicology reports couldn't identify any common contamination source. When Dr. Foster analyzed tissue samples from multiple victims, she discovered traces of a synthetic compound that wasn't found in nature and couldn't be produced accidentally. The compound required sophisticated chemistry knowledge to create and had been specifically designed to mimic the effects of naturally occurring toxins while remaining undetectable through standard autopsy procedures. The investigation revealed that Katherine had systematically murdered 42 individuals across 18 families over 9 years. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called genetic cleansing operations designed to prevent what she believed were inferior genetic lines from producing future offspring. Catherine's trial exposed a mind consumed by delusions of genetic superiority and social engineering. Her journals revealed that she had been planning to expand her operations to include teachers, social workers, and other professionals who worked with children, believing that anyone who enabled genetically inferior families to reproduce was complicit in societal degradation. Dr. Katherine Mills was convicted of 42 counts of first-degree murder in 2014. During her sentencing, she attempted to present academic research supporting eugenics theories and claimed that her actions were scientifically justified interventions designed to improve human genetic quality. She was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where she continues to write extensively about what she calls necessary genetic interventions. The Katherine Mills case led to significant reforms in family court procedures and mandatory background checks for court-appointed mediators. However, her crimes also highlighted how individuals with access to vulnerable families during legal proceedings could exploit that access to commit mass murder while appearing to serve the family's best interests. Moving from the court system to the education sector, we encounter David Chen, a high school guidance counselor who operated in rural communities across Montana and Wyoming between 2005 and 2014. David used his position to identify and eliminate students he believed were destined to become societal burdens based on their academic performance, family backgrounds, and psychological profiles. David's approach was particularly insidious because he targeted adolescents during one of the most vulnerable periods of human development. His position as a guidance counselor meant that students and parents trusted him to provide career guidance, college counseling, and emotional support during the challenging transition from childhood to adulthood. His victim selection process focused on students who were struggling academically, came from low-income families, or displayed what he classified as antisocial behavioral patterns. David showed particular interest in students who had been suspended for disciplinary issues, those receiving special education services, and individuals from families with histories of substance abuse or criminal activity. David's method involved gradually isolating targeted students from supportive relationships while simultaneously undermining their self-esteem and future prospects. He would provide deliberately misleading college and career guidance, ensuring that promising students missed application deadlines or applied to inappropriate programs. For students he deemed completely worthless, he employed more direct elimination methods. His killing technique involved introducing students to what he called stress management techniques that actually involved exposure to carefully controlled doses of carbon monoxide during private counseling sessions. David had modified his office ventilation system to allow him to introduce the gas while maintaining his own safety through a hidden breathing apparatus. To students and parents, these deaths appeared to be teenage suicides or accidents related to depression and academic stress. David would document extensive notes about each victim's mental health struggles, their feelings of hopelessness about their future prospects, and their expressions of suicidal ideation during counseling sessions. David kept what he called societal impact assessments for each student in his school. These assessments included detailed predictions about each student's future criminal behavior welfare dependence, and reproductive patterns. He used these assessments to justify eliminating students he believed would become drains on social resources or threats to community safety. His crimes were discovered when Sarah Mitchell, a substitute teacher at Clearwater High School, noticed that students who had been meeting regularly with David for counseling showed unusually high rates of depression, academic failure, and eventual dropout or death. Sarah had worked at multiple schools and had never seen such dramatic negative outcomes among students receiving guidance counseling. When Sarah shared her concerns with the principal, they discovered that David's students had death and dropout rates nearly 5 times higher than students counseled by other guidance professionals. More disturbing was the discovery that David had been falsifying college recommendation letters and deliberately sabotaging scholarship applications for students from low-income families. The investigation revealed that David had systematically murdered 28 students over 9 years while simultaneously destroying the academic and career prospects of hundreds of others. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called social engineering operations, designed to prevent what he believed were genetically and culturally inferior individuals from advancing in society. David's personal files contained extensive research on eugenics theories, social Darwinism, and population control strategies. His computer held detailed demographic analyses of rural communities and strategic plans for expanding his operations to include elementary schools and community colleges. The most disturbing aspect of David's psychology was his belief that he was performing a patriotic service by eliminating future criminals and welfare recipients before they could reproduce or commit crimes. His journals revealed plans to recruit other educators who shared his beliefs about genetic superiority and social engineering. David Chen was convicted of 28 counts of first-degree murder in 2015. His case led to comprehensive reforms in school counseling oversight and mandatory psychological evaluations for educators with access to vulnerable students. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole and died in custody in 2019, reportedly by suicide, though some investigators suspected he may have been murdered by other inmates. The David Chen case demonstrated how individuals in educational positions could exploit their authority over young people to commit systematic murder while appearing to provide legitimate counseling services. His crimes highlighted the vulnerability of adolescents in school settings and the importance of oversight for professionals with access to developing minds. From the education system, we move to the world of emergency services, where Robert Flynn operated as a volunteer firefighter and EMT across rural communities in Alabama and Georgia between 2006 and 2015. Robert discovered that his position as a first responder gave him unique opportunities to both create emergencies and control the response to those emergencies. Robert's method was devastatingly simple, yet nearly impossible to detect. As a volunteer firefighter, he had intimate knowledge of rural properties, their layouts, and the typical response times for emergency services. He would identify isolated homes occupied by elderly residents or small families with limited social connections. His killing technique involved setting carefully planned structure fires during times when he knew the occupants would be unable to escape. Robert would disable smoke detectors, block exit routes, and use accelerants that would cause rapid fire spread while he was officially responding to the emergency call he had created. The genius of Robert's approach was that he could arrive at the scene as part of the official emergency response team, allowing him to control the rescue efforts and ensure that his victims didn't survive. He would direct other firefighters away from areas where victims might be rescued, claiming structural instability or dangerous conditions that made rescue attempts impossible. Robert kept detailed records of each property in his response area, including floor plans, occupancy patterns, and assessments of how quickly fires would spread through different types of construction. His files contained photographs of potential targets taken during legitimate fire safety inspections, along with notes about the best entry points for setting fires and the optimal timing for ensuring maximum casualties. His victim selection process focused on individuals who wouldn't be quickly missed if they disappeared. He targeted elderly hermits, estranged family members living alone, and individuals with minimal social connections who rarely received visitors or phone calls. His research included detailed surveillance of potential victims' daily routines and social interactions. The psychological profile that emerged during Robert's investigation revealed a man obsessed with fire as a tool of purification and social cleansing. His journals described his belief that fire was nature's way of eliminating weak and unworthy elements from the population, and that he was serving as an agent of natural selection by facilitating this process. Robert's downfall came when Fire Marshal Jennifer Walsh noticed that structure fires in Robert's response area had fatality rates significantly higher than statistical norms for similar rural communities. Marshal Walsh had worked in fire investigation for 12 years and was familiar with typical survival rates for different types of residential fires. When Marshal Walsh analyzed fire patterns and victim outcomes, she discovered that fires in Robert's area consistently showed evidence of accelerant use and disabled safety equipment. Yet these findings had never been properly investigated by local authorities. More disturbing was her discovery that Robert had been present at every fatal fire in his district over a 9-year period. The investigation revealed that Robert had systematically murdered 36 individuals by setting fires in their homes and then ensuring they couldn't escape during the emergency response. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called purification operations, designed to eliminate individuals he deemed burdens on rural communities. Robert's home contained an extensive collection of fire investigation manuals, arson techniques, and detailed studies of how different building materials burned. His computer held research on rural emergency response protocols and strategic analyses of how fire departments could be manipulated to achieve specific outcomes. The most chilling aspect of Robert's crimes was his documentation of victims' final moments. He had installed hidden cameras in several target homes and had recorded the fires he set, creating a library of footage showing people dying in the flames he had created. These recordings revealed a mind that took sadistic pleasure in watching human suffering. Robert Flynn was convicted of 36 counts of first-degree murder in 2016. During his trial, he claimed that his actions were justified because his victims were living unsustainable lifestyles that drained community resources. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2020, but not before providing investigators with information about potential copycat arsonists operating in other rural areas. The Robert Flynn case led to significant reforms in volunteer firefighter screening and fire investigation procedures. However, his crimes also demonstrated how individuals with legitimate access to emergency services could exploit that access to create the very emergencies they were supposed to prevent. These cases reveal a disturbing pattern among serial killers who operate within professional and social institutions. Unlike the stereotypical image of serial killers as outsiders or loners, these individuals used their positions of trust and authority to commit crimes that went undetected for years, precisely because they appeared to be upstanding members of their communities. What makes these cases particularly terrifying is not just the number of victims involved, but the systematic way these killers exploited the very systems designed to protect and serve vulnerable populations. They understood that people are most vulnerable when they trust the institutions and professionals who are supposed to help them, and they weaponized that trust to commit murder on an unprecedented scale. The investigation techniques that eventually exposed these killers often involved recognizing statistical anomalies in outcomes rather than traditional criminal investigation methods. In many cases, it was healthcare professionals, colleagues, or other institutional insiders who first noticed that death rates or negative outcomes were unusually high in association with specific individuals. The pattern recognition that exposed these institutional killers represents a new frontier in criminal investigation, but it also revealed how many similar cases might still be operating undetected. The statistical anomalies that eventually brought down Harold, Elena, Thomas, Rachel, Marcus, Catherine, David, and Robert suggest that there are likely dozens of other serial killers currently using their professional positions to commit murder while hiding behind legitimate institutional roles. This brings us to the case of Dr. Michael Torres, a sports medicine physician who operated across college campuses in Texas and Oklahoma between 2007 and 2018. Michael discovered that his position treating student athletes gave him access to young, physically healthy individuals whose sudden deaths would be attributed to undiagnosed heart conditions or exercise-related complications rather than deliberate murder. Michael's victim selection process focused on student athletes who were struggling academically or facing disciplinary issues that might prevent them from maintaining their athletic scholarships. He showed particular interest in athletes from low-income families who depended entirely on their athletic performance for educational opportunities and had limited support systems outside of their sports programs. His method involved administering what he told athletes were performance-enhancing vitamin injections or recovery treatments. In reality, these injections contained carefully calibrated doses of potassium chloride that would cause fatal cardiac arrhythmias during the athlete's next training session or competition. The timing was crucial because Michael wanted the deaths to occur during physical exertion, making them appear to be sudden cardiac events related to undiagnosed heart conditions. The genius of Michael's approach lay in his understanding of how athletic deaths were investigated. When young athletes died suddenly during training or competition, medical examiners typically focused on finding underlying cardiac abnormalities or genetic conditions that might explain the death. The presence of potassium chloride, which occurs naturally in the body, wouldn't raise suspicions unless investigators specifically tested for abnormally high concentrations immediately after death. Michael kept detailed medical files on every athlete he treated, but his personal records went far beyond standard sports medicine documentation. He maintained psychological profiles of each athlete, assessments of their academic vulnerabilities, and strategic timelines for administering fatal treatments. His files included extensive research on cardiac pathology in young athletes and statistical analyses of how athletic deaths were typically investigated. His victim selection criteria were chillingly specific. Michael targeted athletes who were majoring in what he considered worthless academic programs, those who came from families with histories of criminal behavior, and individuals who displayed what he classified as antisocial personality traits. He convinced himself that eliminating these athletes prevented them from reproducing and passing on what he believed were inferior genetic and cultural characteristics. The psychological profile that emerged during Michael's investigation revealed a man obsessed with genetic purity and athletic superiority. His journals described his belief that competitive athletics represented the pinnacle of human evolution, and that athletes who couldn't maintain elite performance standards were genetic failures who deserved elimination. Michael's crimes were discovered when Dr. Lisa Rodriguez, a cardiologist at University of Texas Medical Center, noticed an unusual cluster of sudden cardiac deaths among college athletes who had recently been treated at sports medicine clinics. Dr. Rodriguez had been researching sudden cardiac death in young athletes and was familiar with typical incidence rates in collegiate populations. When Dr. Rodriguez analyzed medical records from the affected athletes, she discovered that all victims had received treatment from sports medicine facilities where Michael had worked within the previous month. More disturbing was her finding that tissue samples from several victims showed abnormally high potassium levels that couldn't be explained by natural physiological processes. The investigation revealed that Michael had systematically murdered 43 student athletes over 11 years while maintaining his reputation as a dedicated sports medicine professional. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called genetic optimization operations, designed to eliminate athletes he deemed genetically inferior from collegiate competition. Michael's home contained an extensive library of genetics research, eugenics literature, and detailed analyses of athletic performance statistics. His computer held comprehensive databases of college athletes across multiple states, including academic records, family backgrounds, and assessments of their genetic fitness for continued competition. The most disturbing aspect of Michael's psychology was his documentation of how eliminating specific athletes affected team performance and recruitment patterns. He had been conducting long-term studies of how removing what he called genetic weak links improved overall athletic programs and attracted superior athletes to replace the eliminated individuals. Dr. Michael Torres was convicted of 43 counts of first-degree murder in 2019. During his sentencing, he attempted to present research supporting his theories about genetic optimization in athletics and claimed that his actions improved the overall quality of collegiate sports programs. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated, where he continues to write extensively about genetic engineering and athletic performance. The Michael Torres case led to comprehensive reforms in sports medicine oversight and mandatory toxicology screening for unexplained athletic deaths. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of student athletes who trusted medical professionals to enhance their performance and protect their health. From the world of collegiate athletics, we encounter Linda Morrison, a high school principal who operated in small towns across Nebraska and Kansas between 2008 and 2017. Linda discovered that her administrative position gave her unprecedented access to troubled students and their families, allowing her to identify and eliminate individuals she believed were corrupting the moral fabric of rural communities. Linda's approach differed from other institutional serial killers because she targeted complete social networks rather than individual victims. Her position as a school principal meant that she had intimate knowledge of family dynamics, social relationships, and community hierarchies that she could manipulate to orchestrate what appeared to be accidents, suicides, or natural deaths affecting multiple related individuals. Her victim selection process focused on families that she believed were introducing negative influences into small town communities. Linda showed particular interest in families with histories of drug use, those who didn't attend local churches regularly, and individuals who expressed liberal political views that conflicted with her conservative ideology. Linda's method involved systematically destroying social support networks around targeted families while simultaneously introducing various stressors that would make them more vulnerable to accidents or health crises. She would manipulate school policies to ensure that children from targeted families faced academic and disciplinary challenges, creating additional stress on already struggling parents. Her killing technique was remarkably sophisticated, involving the introduction of toxic substances into community water systems, food supplies, and public gathering spaces during events when targeted families would be present. Linda had extensive knowledge of rural infrastructure systems and understood how to introduce contaminants that would affect specific individuals while appearing to be accidental exposures. Linda kept what she called community purity assessments that documented every family in her school district according to their moral worthiness and genetic fitness. These assessments included detailed genealogical research, criminal background investigations, and psychological profiles that she used to determine which families deserved elimination. Her crimes were discovered when Environmental Protection Agency investigator James Park noticed unusual patterns of illness and death in small rural communities that all had connections to schools where Linda had served as principal. Park had been investigating potential environmental contamination sources and was surprised to find that health problems seemed to cluster around specific families rather than geographic areas. When Park analyzed water and soil samples from affected communities, he discovered traces of industrial toxins that weren't used in agricultural applications and couldn't have occurred naturally. The toxins required specialized chemistry knowledge to obtain and deploy, and their presence suggested deliberate contamination rather than accidental exposure. The investigation revealed that Linda had systematically murdered 57 individuals across 19 families over 9 years, While maintaining her reputation as a dedicated educator, she had been conducting what she called an community leader. Her detailed records showed that moral purification campaigns, designed to eliminate families that didn't conform to her vision of ideal rural communities. Linda's home contained extensive files on every family in her school district, including financial records, medical histories, and detailed surveillance photographs taken without consent. Her computer held research on toxicology, environmental contamination methods, and case studies of how toxic exposures could be made to appear accidental. The most chilling aspect of Linda's psychology was her belief that she was protecting rural American values by eliminating families that represented moral corruption or genetic degradation. Her journals revealed plans to expand her operations to include other school districts and eventually to establish a network of like minded educators who would work together to purify entire regions. Linda Morrison was convicted of 57 counts of first-degree murder in 2018. During her trial, she claimed that her actions were necessary to preserve traditional American values and protect rural communities from urban corruption. She was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where she continues to write. The Linda Morrison case led to extensively about moral purity and community protection, significant reforms in school administrator oversight and environmental monitoring in rural communities. However, her crimes also demonstrated how individuals in educational leadership positions could exploit their knowledge of community dynamics to commit mass murder while appearing to serve their community's best interests. Moving from education to law enforcement, we encounter Detective Frank Walsh, who operated across small police departments in Montana and North Dakota between 2009 and 2018. Frank discovered that his position investigating crimes gave him unique opportunities to both create criminal situations and control how those situations were investigated and resolved. Frank's approach was particularly insidious because he used his law enforcement authority to identify and eliminate individuals he believed were beyond redemption through the criminal justice system. His position meant that community members trusted him to protect them from dangerous criminals, not realizing that he had become the most dangerous predator in their midst. His victim selection process focused on individuals with extensive criminal histories, those who had been released early from prison sentences, and people who had beaten serious criminal charges on technicalities. Frank showed particular interest in sex offenders, repeat drug dealers, and individuals who had committed violent crimes but received what he considered inadequate sentences. Frank's method involved manipulating criminal investigations to create opportunities for eliminating targeted individuals while making their deaths appear to be the result of criminal activity or vigilante justice. He would plant evidence, fabricate witness statements, and coordinate with criminal associates to orchestrate scenarios that resulted in his targets' deaths. His killing technique varied depending on the circumstances, but often involved staging confrontations between targeted criminals and armed citizens who believed they were protecting their communities from dangerous predators. Frank would provide community members with information about criminal activities and suggest that law enforcement couldn't adequately protect them, encouraging them to take justice into their own hands. Frank kept detailed criminal intelligence files that went far beyond standard police documentation. His personal records included comprehensive background investigations, psychological profiles, and strategic assessments of how different criminals could be eliminated without drawing suspicion to law enforcement involvement. His crimes were discovered when FBI agent Maria Santos noticed unusual patterns in criminal deaths across rural jurisdictions where Frank had worked. Agent Santos had been investigating potential corruption in small town police departments and was surprised to find that known criminals died at significantly higher rates in areas where Frank was employed. When Agent Santos analyzed case files and death reports, she discovered that criminal deaths in Frank's jurisdictions often involved circumstances that seemed too convenient for law enforcement. Dangerous criminals would die in confrontations with armed citizens who claimed self-defense, or they would be found dead in situations that appeared to be gang-related violence but lacked supporting evidence. The investigation revealed that Frank had systematically orchestrated the deaths of 39 individuals over 9 years while maintaining his reputation as an effective law enforcement officer who kept communities safe from dangerous criminals. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called ultimate justice operations designed to eliminate criminals who had escaped adequate punishment through the legal system. Frank's home contained extensive files on criminal activities across multiple states, including detailed surveillance records, criminal associate networks, and strategic plans for manipulating community responses to criminal behavior. His computer held research on vigilante justice movements, community self-defense organizations, and methods for encouraging civilian involvement in law enforcement activities. The most disturbing aspect of Frank's psychology was his belief that he was serving true justice by eliminating criminals who couldn't be adequately punished through legal processes. His journals revealed a complex rationalization system that convinced him his murders were legitimate law enforcement activities that protected innocent community members from predatory criminals. Detective Frank Walsh was convicted of 39 counts of first-degree murder in 2019. During his sentencing, he maintained that his actions were justified law enforcement operations that filled gaps in the criminal justice system. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2021, but not before providing investigators with information about potential corruption in rural police departments across the region. The Frank Walsh case led to comprehensive reforms in small-town police oversight and mandatory federal review of criminal death investigations in rural jurisdictions. However, his crimes also highlighted how law enforcement officers could exploit their authority and community trust to commit systematic murder while appearing to serve justice. From law enforcement, we move to the world of religious ministry, where Reverend Paul Martinez operated across Protestant churches in Arizona and New Mexico between 2010 and 2019. Paul discovered that his position as a trusted spiritual leader gave him access to congregation members during their most vulnerable moments when they were seeking guidance for serious personal crises or moral dilemmas. Paul's approach was particularly devastating because he targeted individuals who had come to him for spiritual counseling and emotional support. His position meant that congregation members trusted him completely, viewing him as God's representative who could provide divine guidance and moral authority during difficult life transitions. His victim selection process focused on congregation members who were struggling with what he classified as irredeemable moral failures. Paul showed particular interest in individuals who had committed adultery, struggled with addiction, or engaged in what he considered deviant sexual behavior. He convinced himself that these individuals were beyond spiritual redemption and deserved divine punishment. Paul's method involved convincing targeted congregation members that God was calling them to make ultimate sacrifices to atone for their sins. He would conduct intensive counseling sessions where he gradually introduced the idea that suicide might be the only path to spiritual redemption for individuals who had committed unforgivable transgressions. His psychological manipulation technique was remarkably sophisticated, involving months of spiritual counseling designed to convince victims that their continued existence was an offense to God and their families. Paul would use biblical passages and religious doctrine to support his arguments that certain sins required death as atonement, and that voluntary self-sacrifice was the only way to achieve divine forgiveness. Paul kept detailed spiritual assessment files on every member of his congregations, documenting their confessions, moral failures, and psychological vulnerabilities. These files included extensive notes about which religious arguments were most effective at convincing different personality types that suicide was their spiritual duty. His crimes were discovered when Dr. Jennifer Adams, a psychiatrist who treated several suicide survivors from Paul's congregations, noticed unusual patterns in their descriptions of spiritual counseling they had received. Dr. Adams had worked with religious trauma cases before, but she had never encountered patients who described such systematic encouragement of suicidal behavior from spiritual leaders. When Dr. Adams interviewed family members of suicide victims from Paul's churches, she discovered that many had received similar spiritual counseling focused on the necessity of death as atonement for sin. More disturbing was her finding that Paul had been present during or immediately before most of these deaths, often providing what he called final spiritual guidance. The investigation revealed that Paul had systematically convinced 32 congregation members to commit suicide over 9 years, while maintaining his reputation as a compassionate spiritual leader who helped troubled individuals find peace with God. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called divine purification ministries, designed to eliminate congregation members he deemed spiritually irredeemable. Paul's home contained an extensive library of theological texts focused on sin, atonement, and divine judgment, along with detailed psychological profiles of congregation members and strategic plans for spiritual manipulation. His computer held research on religious trauma, suicide psychology, and case studies of how spiritual authority could be used to influence vulnerable individuals. The most chilling aspect of Paul's psychology was his genuine belief that he was serving God's will by convincing sinful congregation members to eliminate themselves rather than continuing to offend divine justice. His journals revealed a complex theological rationalization system that convinced him his actions were legitimate spiritual ministry rather than murder. Reverend Paul Martinez was convicted of 32 counts of first-degree murder in 2020. During his trial, he claimed that his actions were divinely inspired ministries designed to help troubled souls achieve spiritual redemption through ultimate sacrifice. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated where he continues to write extensively about divine justice and spiritual purification. The Paul Martinez case led to significant reforms in religious counseling oversight and mandatory reporting requirements for spiritual leaders who encounter suicidal ideation in congregation members. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of individuals seeking spiritual guidance and the devastating potential for abuse when religious authority is weaponized to manipulate vulnerable believers. These institutional serial killers represent a category of predator that challenges our fundamental assumptions about safety and trust in professional relationships. Unlike traditional serial killers who operate from the margins of society, these individuals embedded themselves within the very institutions designed to protect, heal, educate, and serve vulnerable populations. What makes their crimes particularly horrifying is not just the scale of death and suffering they caused, but the systematic way they betrayed the trust that forms the foundation of civilized society. When we cannot trust doctors, teachers, police officers, social workers, and spiritual leaders, the basic social contracts that allow communities to function begin to break down. The investigation techniques that eventually exposed these killers often involved recognizing patterns that crossed jurisdictional boundaries and institutional barriers. In many cases, it required outside observers with specialized knowledge to notice statistical anomalies that local authorities had missed or dismissed as coincidental. The psychological profiles that emerged from these cases revealed individuals who had developed elaborate rationalization systems that allowed them to view systematic murder as professional duty or social service. They convinced themselves that they were solving problems, improving communities, or serving higher purposes, rather than simply satisfying their own psychological needs for power and control. The reforms that followed these cases have focused on improving oversight, creating better reporting systems, and establishing protocols for recognizing when professional outcomes deviate significantly from statistical norms. However, the fundamental challenge remains. How do we maintain the trust necessary for professional relationships to function while protecting vulnerable populations from predators who exploit that trust? The answer may lie in understanding that institutional serial killers succeed precisely because they appear to be model professionals who are deeply committed to serving others. Their crimes remind us that the most dangerous predators are often those who seem the most trustworthy, and that effective protection requires vigilance, even within the institutions we depend on most. These cases also demonstrate the importance of statistical analysis and pattern recognition in identifying serial killers who operate within professional contexts. Traditional criminal investigation methods often fail to detect these predators because their crimes are designed to appear as natural consequences of the problems their institutions are supposed to solve. The legacy of these institutional serial killers continues to influence how we think about professional oversight, institutional accountability, and the balance between trust and vigilance in professional relationships. Their crimes serve as permanent reminders that the capacity for evil can hide behind any professional credential or institutional authority, and that protecting vulnerable populations requires constant attention to patterns and outcomes rather than simply trusting in credentials and good intentions. As we continue to uncover these cases and understand their implications, one thing becomes clear. The next institutional serial killer may already be operating somewhere in the professional landscape, using their position of trust and authority to commit crimes that won't be recognized as murder until someone notices that the statistics don't add up. The question isn't whether such predators exist, but how quickly we can develop the tools and awareness necessary to identify them before they claim more victims. The investigation into these institutional killers has revealed that traditional approaches to criminal profiling and investigation are inadequate for detecting predators who operate within legitimate professional contexts. These cases require a fundamentally different approach that focuses on institutional outcomes rather than individual behaviors, statistical anomalies rather than suspicious activities, and pattern recognition across jurisdictional and professional boundaries rather than localized criminal investigation. The development of better detection methods has become crucial as we examine the case of Dr. Amanda Richardson, a veterinarian who operated across rural communities in Iowa and Missouri between 2011 and 2020. Amanda discovered that her profession provided the perfect cover for acquiring lethal substances while serving clients who rarely questioned her medical expertise or treatment recommendations. Amanda's victim selection process focused on pet owners who formed unusually strong emotional bonds with their animals, particularly elderly individuals who lived alone and treated their pets as family members. She showed special interest in clients who had recently lost spouses or were dealing with serious health issues themselves, recognizing that these individuals were most vulnerable to manipulation through their beloved companions. Her method was devastatingly simple, yet nearly impossible to trace. Amanda would gradually poison clients' pets with slow-acting toxins, creating prolonged illness that required multiple veterinary visits and expensive treatments. During these extended treatment periods, she would build deep emotional relationships with desperate pet owners who were willing to do anything to save their dying animals. The psychological manipulation began during what appeared to be compassionate veterinary care. Amanda would spend hours listening to clients discuss their loneliness, their health problems, and their complete dependence on their pets for emotional support. She documented these conversations in detail, creating comprehensive psychological profiles that revealed each client's deepest vulnerabilities and fears. When the pets inevitably died despite expensive treatment efforts, Amanda would position herself as the grieving client's primary source of emotional support. She would make house calls to check on bereaved pet owners, bringing food and offering companionship during their darkest moments of grief. What clients didn't realize was that these visits were reconnaissance missions where Amanda assessed their homes for security vulnerabilities and social isolation. Amanda's killing technique involved introducing the same toxins that had killed the pets into her clients' food or medications during these sympathy visits. She would prepare meals for grieving pet owners, claiming she wanted to help them maintain their strength during difficult times. The toxins she used were designed to cause symptoms that resembled natural complications from grief, depression, or pre-existing medical conditions. Her personal records revealed a twisted psychology that viewed pet owners and their animals as single units that needed to be eliminated together. Amanda had convinced herself that elderly people who were completely dependent on pets for companionship were living unnatural existences that prolonged unnecessary suffering. She believed she was providing mercy by reuniting them with their deceased animals. The breakthrough in Amanda's case came when Dr. Robert Chen, a pathologist at University of Missouri Medical Center, noticed unusual similarities in toxicology reports from elderly individuals who had recently lost pets to mysterious illnesses. Dr. Chen had been researching the health impacts of pet loss on elderly populations and was surprised to find such high mortality rates among recent pet owners. When Dr. Chen analyzed tissue samples from both human and animal victims, he discovered identical toxic compounds that weren't found in any legitimate veterinary or human medications. The compounds required specialized veterinary knowledge to obtain and administer, and their presence in both species suggested deliberate poisoning rather than accidental exposure. The investigation revealed that Amanda had systematically murdered 47 elderly pet owners over 9 years while simultaneously killing their beloved animals. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called compassionate reunification services designed to end what she perceived as codependent relationships between elderly humans and their pets. Amanda's clinic contained extensive files on every client's psychological state, social connections, and emotional dependence on their animals. Her computer held research on grief psychology, social isolation in elderly populations, and detailed analyses of how pet loss affected vulnerable individuals. She had been studying her victims' emotional responses to pet illness and death, using this information to maximize their psychological vulnerability. The most disturbing aspect of Amanda's crimes was her documentation of what she called reunification ceremonies, private rituals that she performed in victims' homes after poisoning them. She would arrange the bodies of deceased pet owners next to photographs of their dead animals, believing she was facilitating spiritual reunions in the afterlife. Dr. Amanda Richardson was convicted of 47 counts of first-degree murder in 2021. During her sentencing, she claimed that her actions were veterinary euthanasia services, extended to include pet owners who couldn't survive without their animal companions. She was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where she continues to write about what she calls interspecies mercy medicine. The Amanda Richardson case led to comprehensive reforms in veterinary practice oversight and mandatory reporting protocols for suspicious pet deaths. However, her crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of elderly pet owners and the potential for abuse when veterinary professionals exploit the emotional bonds between humans and animals. Moving from veterinary medicine to social media influence, we encounter Marcus Thompson, a lifestyle coach and wellness influencer who operated primarily online between 2012 and 2021. Marcus discovered that his platform of promoting healthy living and personal transformation gave him access to vulnerable individuals seeking dramatic life changes, particularly those struggling with mental health issues or life transitions. Marcus built his following by promoting extreme wellness challenges and transformation programs that promised rapid improvements in physical health, mental clarity, and life satisfaction. His social media presence portrayed him as someone who had overcome significant personal struggles through dedication to wellness principles, making him appear credible and inspiring to followers seeking similar transformations. His victim selection process focused on followers who displayed signs of severe depression, recent trauma, or social isolation in their online interactions. Marcus showed particular interest in individuals who had recently experienced major life changes such as divorce, job loss, or death of family members, recognizing that these followers were most susceptible to promises of complete life transformation. Marcus's method involved gradually escalating his wellness recommendations until they became dangerous or potentially fatal. He would begin with seemingly reasonable suggestions about diet, exercise, and meditation, then slowly introduce more extreme practices, including extended fasting, isolation retreats, and consumption of unregulated supplements he claimed had transformative properties. His psychological manipulation technique involved creating artificial communities around his wellness programs, where participants were encouraged to cut ties with family and friends who didn't support their transformation journey. Marcus positioned himself as the only person who truly understood his followers' potential for change, creating emotional dependence that made participants reluctant to question his increasingly dangerous recommendations. The supplements Marcus promoted were actually carefully formulated compounds designed to cause gradual organ failure while mimicking the effects of extreme detoxification. He had studied biochemistry extensively and understood how to create substances that would cause symptoms followers would interpret as evidence of their bodies purging toxins rather than experiencing poisoning. Marcus kept detailed psychological profiles of his most dedicated followers, documenting their mental health struggles, social connections, and susceptibility to different types of manipulation. His private records revealed that he categorized followers into groups based on their likelihood to complete what he called ultimate transformation protocols that would result in death. His crimes were discovered when Dr. Lisa Martinez, an emergency physician in Denver, noticed unusual patterns in patients presenting with symptoms consistent with supplement poisoning. All affected patients mentioned participation in online wellness programs, and several had mentioned the same influencer as their source for transformation guidance. When Dr. Martinez investigated the supplements these patients had consumed, she discovered they contained combinations of compounds that would cause cumulative organ damage over time. The compounds weren't found in any legitimate wellness products and appeared to be specifically formulated to cause delayed toxic effects that would be difficult to trace back to their source. The investigation revealed that Marcus had systematically poisoned 53 followers over 9 years while building a reputation as a successful wellness influencer who helped people achieve dramatic life transformations. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called accelerated evolution programs designed to eliminate followers he deemed too weak to achieve genuine transformation. Marcus's home contained an extensive laboratory where he manufactured the toxic supplements he promoted to his followers. His computer held detailed research on toxicology, psychology of social media influence, and strategic analyses of how online communities could be manipulated to encourage dangerous behavior without raising suspicion. The most chilling aspect of Marcus's psychology was his belief that he was serving natural selection by eliminating individuals who lacked the strength to achieve true wellness transformation. His journals revealed that he viewed the deaths of his followers as evidence that they weren't worthy of the elevated existence he was offering to teach them. Marcus Thompson was convicted of 53 counts of first-degree murder in 2022. During his trial, he claimed that his followers had made informed decisions to participate in advanced wellness protocols and that their deaths were unfortunate but predictable outcomes for individuals who lacked sufficient commitment to transformation. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated, where he continues to write about what he calls evolutionary wellness selection. The Marcus Thompson case led to significant reforms in social media platform oversight of health and wellness content, along with increased regulation of unregulated supplement sales through online channels. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of individuals seeking life transformation through online communities and the potential for abuse when social media influence is weaponized to manipulate vulnerable followers. From online influence to traditional media, we encounter Jennifer Walsh, a local news reporter who operated across small television markets in Kansas and Oklahoma between 2013 and 2022. Jennifer discovered that her position investigating and reporting on community issues gave her intimate knowledge of local conflicts, family disputes, and social tensions that she could manipulate to orchestrate what appeared to be tragic accidents or crimes of passion. Jennifer's approach was particularly sophisticated because she used her journalistic credentials to gain access to sensitive information about community members while positioning herself as an objective observer documenting local events. Her role meant that people trusted her to tell their stories accurately and fairly, not realizing that she was actually gathering intelligence for future criminal activities. Her victim selection process focused on individuals involved in contentious local issues such as property disputes, custody battles, or business conflicts. Jennifer showed special interest in situations where emotions were running high and multiple parties had motives for violence against each other, recognizing that these scenarios provided perfect cover for orchestrating murders that would be blamed on the obvious suspects. Jennifer's method involved systematically escalating existing conflicts through her news reporting while secretly providing different parties with inflammatory information designed to increase their anger toward each other. She would conduct interviews that highlighted the most divisive aspects of local disputes, then use her access to confidential sources to share provocative details that would inflame tensions between opposing parties. Her killing technique varied depending on the specific conflict situation, but often involved creating scenarios where one party would have both motive and opportunity to eliminate another party during moments of peak emotional intensity. Jennifer would provide strategic information about schedules, security arrangements, and personal vulnerabilities that would enable murders to occur during circumstances that pointed to obvious suspects. Jennifer kept detailed files on every significant conflict in her coverage area, including comprehensive backgrounds on all parties involved, analyses of their psychological breaking points, and strategic assessments of how different scenarios could be manipulated to achieve specific outcomes. Her records revealed meticulous planning that went far beyond normal journalistic investigation. Her crimes were discovered when Detective Maria Santos of the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation noticed unusual patterns in violent crimes across small communities where Jennifer had worked as a reporter. Detective Santos had been analyzing rural crime statistics and was surprised to find that communities in Jennifer's coverage areas experienced significantly higher rates of domestic violence, property crimes, and suspicious deaths. When Detective Santos analyzed the timing of violent incidents in relation to Jennifer's news reports, she discovered that crimes often occurred shortly after Jennifer had published stories about local conflicts involving the eventual victims and perpetrators. More disturbing was her finding that Jennifer had been present at or near many crime scenes, ostensibly covering the stories for her news broadcasts. The investigation revealed that Jennifer had systematically orchestrated 62 murders over 9 years while maintaining her reputation as a dedicated local journalist who covered community issues with sensitivity and professionalism. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called social dynamics experiments designed to test how local conflicts could be manipulated to produce violent outcomes. Jennifer's home contained extensive surveillance equipment and files on hundreds of community members across multiple states. Her computer held detailed research on conflict psychology, violence prediction models, and strategic analyses of how media coverage could be used to influence public behavior and escalate social tensions. The most disturbing aspect of Jennifer's psychology was her view of local communities as laboratories where she could study human behavioral responses to manipulated social pressures. Her journals revealed that she saw herself as a social scientist conducting important research on violence and conflict, with the deaths she orchestrated serving as data points in her larger study of human nature. Jennifer Walsh was convicted of 62 counts of first-degree murder in 2023. During her sentencing, she claimed that her actions were legitimate journalistic investigations into the root causes of community violence, and that the deaths were unfortunate but scientifically valuable outcomes of her research into social conflict dynamics. She was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where she continues to write about what she calls experimental sociology through media manipulation. The Jennifer Walsh case led to comprehensive reforms in local journalism ethics and mandatory disclosure requirements for reporters investigating ongoing legal disputes. However, her crimes also highlighted the potential for abuse when journalistic access and credibility are weaponized to manipulate community conflicts and social tensions. From journalism to food service, we encounter Carlos Rodriguez, a catering company owner who operated across wedding venues and event spaces in California and Nevada between 2014 and 2023. Carlos discovered that his position providing food services for large celebrations gave him access to entire families and social groups during their most joyful moments, when their guard was completely down and they trusted him implicitly to provide safe, high-quality cuisine. Carlos's victim selection process focused on wealthy families celebrating milestone events such as weddings, anniversaries, or graduation parties. He showed particular interest in families with histories of business success, political influence, or social prominence, convinced that these individuals had achieved their status through exploitation of others and deserved punishment for their societal privileges. His method involved introducing carefully calculated doses of slow-acting toxins into specific dishes served to targeted family members during large catered events. Carlos had extensive knowledge of food chemistry and understood how to create compounds that would cause delayed symptoms appearing hours or even days after consumption, making it nearly impossible to trace the poisoning back to the catered event. The genius of Carlos's approach lay in his understanding of how food poisoning investigations were conducted. When multiple people became ill after large events, health authorities typically focused on finding contamination sources or food handling errors rather than deliberate poisoning. Carlos could eliminate entire family lines while authorities investigated bacterial contamination or allergic reactions. Carlos kept detailed profiles of every family he catered for, including financial records, business practices, and social connections that he used to justify their elimination. His files revealed a twisted ideology that viewed wealthy families as parasites who needed to be eliminated to restore social justice and economic equality to their communities. His psychological rationalization system convinced him that he was serving as an agent of economic revolution by eliminating families whose wealth had been built on exploitation of working class people. Carlos documented how removing prominent families affected local business ownership, property values, and political influence, viewing these changes as evidence of his positive social impact. The breakthrough in Carlos's case came when Dr. Patricia Chen, a toxicologist at UC San Francisco Medical Center, noticed unusual patterns in poisoning cases involving members of affluent families who had recently attended catered events. Dr. Chen had been researching exotic toxin exposures and was surprised to find such specific demographic patterns in poisoning incidents. When Dr. Chen analyzed tissue samples from multiple victims, she discovered traces of rare plant-based toxins that weren't found in any commercial food products or natural contamination sources. The toxins required specialized botanical knowledge to extract and prepare, and their presence suggested deliberate poisoning by someone with access to exotic plant materials and advanced chemistry knowledge. The investigation revealed that Carlos had systematically murdered 78 members of wealthy families over 9 years while maintaining his reputation as a premium caterer who provided exceptional service for high-end social events. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called economic justice operations designed to redistribute wealth and social influence by eliminating prominent family lineages. Carlos's catering facility contained an extensive botanical laboratory where he cultivated rare poisonous plants and extracted toxins for use in his catering operations. His computer held detailed research on wealth inequality, social justice theory, and strategic analyses of how eliminating specific families would affect local economic and political structures. The most chilling aspect of Carlos's psychology was his documentation of how the deaths he caused affected inheritance patterns, business ownership transfers, and political power structures in the communities where he operated. He had been conducting long-term studies of how systematic elimination of wealthy families could reshape local economic hierarchies and create opportunities for working-class advancement. Carlos Rodriguez was convicted of 78 counts of first-degree murder in 2024. During his trial, he claimed that his actions were justified revolutionary activities designed to correct economic inequalities, and that the wealthy families he targeted had earned their deaths through exploitation of vulnerable workers. He was sentenced to death and awaits execution, where he continues to write about what he calls culinary revolution and economic justice. The Carlos Rodriguez case led to significant reforms in catering industry oversight and mandatory toxicology screening protocols for unexplained illnesses following large catered events. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of families during celebratory gatherings and the potential for abuse when food service access is weaponized to target specific demographic groups. These cases reveal the evolution of serial killing into increasingly sophisticated forms that exploit modern professional structures and social systems. Unlike traditional serial killers who operated as isolated individuals, these institutional predators understood how to weaponize the very systems designed to serve and protect communities. The psychological profiles that emerged from these investigations showed individuals who had developed elaborate ideological frameworks that allowed them to view systematic murder as professional duty, social service, or revolutionary action. They convinced themselves that they were solving societal problems rather than simply satisfying their own psychological needs for power and control. The detection methods that eventually exposed these killers required new approaches to criminal investigation that focused on statistical analysis, pattern recognition across institutional boundaries, and collaboration between different professional sectors. Traditional law enforcement techniques were inadequate for identifying predators who operated within legitimate professional contexts and used their institutional authority to commit crimes. The reforms that followed these cases have focused on improving oversight systems, creating better reporting protocols, and establishing mechanisms for recognizing when professional outcomes deviate significantly from expected norms. However, the fundamental challenge remains. How do we maintain the trust necessary for professional relationships while protecting vulnerable populations from predators who exploit that trust? The legacy of these institutional serial killers continues to influence how we think about professional accountability, institutional oversight, and the balance between efficiency and security in service delivery systems. Their crimes serve as permanent reminders that the capacity for evil can hide behind any professional credential or institutional mission, and that protecting vulnerable populations requires constant vigilance rather than blind trust in professional authority. As these cases demonstrate, the next generations of serial killers has already evolved beyond the stereotypical image of isolated predators operating from society's margins. They have learned to embed themselves within the institutions we depend on most, using their professional positions to commit crimes that are designed to appear as natural consequences of the problems their institutions are supposed to solve. The investigation techniques developed to expose these institutional predators represent a new frontier in criminal justice, but they also reveal how many similar cases might currently be operating undetected across professional landscapes. The statistical anomalies that brought down these killers suggest that there are likely dozens of other predators currently using their institutional positions to commit systematic murder while hiding behind legitimate professional roles. The pattern recognition systems that identified these cases have become essential tools for protecting vulnerable populations, but they also highlight the ongoing challenge of balancing institutional efficiency with security oversight. As professional systems become more complex and specialized, the opportunities for exploitation by institutional predators continue to expand, requiring ever more sophisticated detection and prevention methods. These cases force us to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of trust in professional relationships and the vulnerability of individuals who depend on institutional services for their basic needs. They remind us that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most trustworthy, and that effective protection requires systematic vigilance rather than faith in professional credentials or institutional missions. The investigation into these institutional killers has revealed that our current approaches to professional oversight and institutional accountability are inadequate for detecting and preventing this type of systematic predatory behavior. These cases require fundamentally different approaches that prioritize outcome monitoring over process compliance, statistical analysis over individual assessment, and pattern recognition over jurisdictional boundaries. The continuing discovery of these cases suggests that institutional serial killing represents a growing threat that requires new models of professional oversight, institutional accountability, and interagency collaboration. As we develop better detection methods and prevention strategies, we must also grapple with the broader implications of these crimes for the trust relationships that form the foundation of professional service delivery in modern society. The ultimate lesson from these cases may be that the price of safety in professional relationships is eternal vigilance, and that protecting vulnerable populations requires us to constantly question outcomes rather than simply trusting in credentials and good intentions. The next institutional serial killer may already be operating somewhere in the professional landscape, using their position of trust to commit crimes that won't be recognized as murder until someone notices that the statistics don't add up. The statistical analysis that exposed these institutional predators has revealed an even more disturbing truth. The pattern continues to evolve. Dr. Stephen Park, a sleep clinic director who operated across treatment centers in Arizona and Utah between 2015 and 2024, represents the latest evolution in institutional serial killing, demonstrating how predators adapt their methods to exploit emerging healthcare specialties. Stephen discovered that his position treating patients with severe sleep disorders gave him access to individuals whose deaths could easily be attributed to complications from untreated sleep apnea or other respiratory conditions. His patients trusted him completely, viewing him as the medical expert who could finally solve their chronic sleep problems and improve their quality of life. His victim selection process focused on patients with severe obstructive sleep apnea who lived alone and had limited family involvement in their medical care. Stephen showed particular interest in individuals who had struggled with sleep disorders for years without finding effective treatment, recognizing that these patients were desperate enough to try experimental therapies without questioning their safety or legitimacy. Stephen's method involved gradually adjusting patients' CPAP machines and other sleep therapy equipment to create dangerous respiratory scenarios during sleep. He understood that patients would attribute any unusual symptoms to their ongoing sleep disorders rather than suspecting deliberate sabotage of their medical equipment. His killing technique was remarkably sophisticated, involving the introduction of carbon dioxide into CPAP air supplies during specific sleep cycles when patients would be least likely to wake up before losing consciousness. Stephen had studied sleep physiology extensively and knew exactly when patients would be most vulnerable to respiratory manipulation. The genius of Stephen's approach lay in his understanding of how sleep-related deaths were investigated. When patients with severe sleep apnea died during sleep, medical examiners typically attributed these deaths to natural complications from their underlying conditions rather than investigating potential equipment, tampering, or deliberate intervention. Stephen kept detailed sleep study records that went far beyond standard medical documentation. His personal files included comprehensive analyses of each patient's sleep patterns, respiratory vulnerabilities, and social isolation factors that made them ideal targets for elimination without detection. His psychological profile revealed a man obsessed with what he called sleep purification, a delusional belief that individuals with severe sleep disorders were evolutionarily inferior and deserved elimination. Stephen had convinced himself that chronic sleep problems indicated genetic deficiencies that threatened the overall health of human populations. Stephen's crimes were discovered when respiratory therapist Angela Martinez noticed unusual patterns in equipment malfunctions affecting patients who died during sleep studies. Martinez had worked in sleep medicine for over a decade and had never seen such consistent equipment failures that seemed to occur only with specific patients under Stephen's direct care. When Martinez examined the CPAP machines used by deceased patients, she discovered evidence of deliberate tampering that would have caused the respiratory failures that killed them. The modifications required specialized knowledge of sleep therapy equipment and access to technical components that weren't available to patients or their families. The investigation revealed that Stephen had systematically murdered 41 patients over 9 years while maintaining his reputation as a dedicated sleep medicine specialist who helped patients achieve better rest and improved health outcomes. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called respiratory selection protocols designed to eliminate patients with genetic sleep disorder predispositions. Stephen's clinic contained extensive files on sleep disorder genetics, respiratory physiology research, and detailed technical manuals for modifying sleep therapy equipment. His computer held comprehensive databases of sleep disorder patients across multiple states, including genetic analyses and assessments of their fitness for continued survival. The most disturbing aspect of Stephen's psychology was his documentation of how eliminating specific patients affected sleep clinic statistics and treatment success rates. He had been conducting studies of how removing what he called treatment-resistant cases improved overall clinic performance metrics and attracted healthier patients to his programs. Dr. Stephen Park was convicted of 41 counts of first-degree murder in early 2024. During his sentencing, he claimed that his actions were medically justified interventions designed to improve the genetic quality of patients seeking sleep disorder treatment. He was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where he continues to write about what he calls evolutionary sleep medicine. The Stephen Park case led to comprehensive reforms in sleep clinic oversight and mandatory equipment inspection protocols for respiratory therapy devices. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of patients dependent on medical equipment for survival and the potential for abuse when specialized medical knowledge is weaponized against vulnerable populations. From sleep medicine to addiction treatment, we encounter Dr. Maria Santos, a rehabilitation clinic director who operated across treatment facilities in Florida and Georgia between 2016 and 2025. Maria discovered that her position treating individuals struggling with substance abuse gave her access to patients whose deaths would be attributed to overdoses or complications from their addiction histories rather than deliberate murder. Maria's victim selection process focused on patients with multiple failed rehabilitation attempts who had limited family support and extensive criminal histories related to their substance abuse. She showed particular interest in individuals who had been court-ordered into treatment programs, recognizing that these patients had fewer advocates monitoring their progress and well-being. Her method involved systematically undermining patients' recovery efforts while providing them with access to increasingly dangerous substances disguised as experimental addiction treatments. Maria would convince patients that they needed to experience controlled exposure to their addiction triggers in order to develop genuine resistance to substance abuse. Her killing technique involved administering what she called aversion therapy treatments that actually consisted of lethal doses of synthetic opioids designed to cause fatal overdoses that would appear to be relapses rather than deliberate poisoning. Maria had extensive knowledge of addiction pharmacology and understood how to create compounds that would cause deaths indistinguishable from typical overdose scenarios. The psychological manipulation involved convincing patients that their previous treatment failures indicated they needed more intensive intervention methods that weren't available through traditional rehabilitation approaches. Maria positioned herself as the innovative treatment provider who could succeed where others had failed, creating emotional dependent to questionants that made patients reluct her increasingly dangerous methods. Maria kept detailed addiction assessment files that documented each patient's substance abuse history, criminal background, and family relationships. Her personal records revealed that she categorized patients based on their likelihood to achieve genuine sobriety, with those she deemed hopeless becoming targets for elimination rather than continued treatment. Her crimes were discovered when addiction counselor Robert Chen noticed unusual patterns in treatment outcomes at facilities where Maria had worked. Chen had been researching addiction treatment success rates and was surprised to find that Maria's clinics showed remarkably high rates of fatal overdoses among patients who had been making progress in their recovery programs. When Chen analyzed the timing and circumstances of patient deaths, he discovered that overdoses consistently occurred shortly after patients had participated in what Maria called advanced resistance training sessions. More disturbing was his finding that the substances involved in these overdoses weren't typically available to patients in supervised treatment environments. The investigation revealed that Maria had systematically murdered 37 addiction treatment patients over 9 years while maintaining her reputation as an innovative rehabilitation specialist who achieved remarkable success rates with difficult cases. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called genetic addiction cleansing, designed to eliminate individuals whose substance abuse problems indicated inherent character deficiencies. Maria's treatment facility contained a sophisticated laboratory where she synthesized the synthetic opioids used in her lethal aversion therapy sessions. Her computer held extensive research on addiction genetics, synthetic specific patient populations, good drug manufacturing, and strategic analyses of how eliminating improve overall treatment statistics. The most chilling aspect of Maria's psychology was her belief that individuals with chronic addiction problems were genetically predisposed to criminal behavior and social parasitism. Her journals revealed that she viewed patient deaths as public health interventions that prevented future crime and reduced the burden on social service systems. Dr. Maria Santos was convicted of 37 counts of first-degree murder in late 2024. During her trial, she claimed that her actions were evidence-based treatment interventions designed to prevent the social costs associated with chronic addiction and repeated criminal behavior. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated, where she continues to write about what she calls genetic approaches to addiction treatment. The Maria Santos case led to significant reforms in addiction treatment, oversight, and mandatory drug testing protocols for experimental therapy programs. However, her crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of individuals seeking addiction treatment and the potential for abuse when treatment authority is weaponized against patients struggling with substance abuse disorders. From addiction medicine to physical therapy, we encounter Thomas Wilson, a rehabilitation specialist who operated across sports medicine clinics and physical therapy centers in Texas and Louisiana between 2017 and 2025. Thomas discovered that his position treating patients recovering from serious injuries gave him access to individuals whose deaths could be attributed to complications from their existing medical conditions rather than deliberate intervention. Thomas's victim selection process focused on patients recovering from severe accidents or surgical procedures who were experiencing chronic pain and limited mobility. He showed particular interest in individuals who had suffered traumatic injuries that left them partially disabled, recognizing that these patients were dealing with depression and social isolation that made them vulnerable to manipulation. His method involved gradually increasing patients' pain medication dosages while simultaneously undermining their physical therapy progress, creating a cycle of dependency and despair that made patients increasingly susceptible to suggestions about ending their suffering. Thomas positioned himself as the compassionate healthcare provider who understood their pain better than anyone else. His killing technique involved introducing air bubbles into patients' IV pain medication lines during therapy sessions, causing fatal air embolisms that would appear to be complications from their underlying medical conditions or surgical procedures. Thomas had studied cardiovascular physiology extensively and knew how to create air embolisms that would be attributed to post-surgical complications rather than deliberate murder. The psychological manipulation involved convincing patients that their injuries had left them permanently disabled and that their quality of life would never improve significantly. Thomas would spend extensive time with patients during therapy sessions, gradually introducing the idea that continued existence with their disabilities was a form of prolonged torture. Thomas kept detailed rehabilitation assessment files that went beyond standard physical therapy documentation. His personal records included psychological profiles of each patient's emotional responses to their injuries, assessments of their social support systems, and strategic timelines for introducing discussions about quality of life and assisted dying. His crimes were discovered when physical therapist Lisa Rodriguez noticed unusual patterns in patient deaths at facilities where Thomas had worked. Rodriguez had been studying rehabilitation outcomes for trauma patients and was surprised to find that Thomas's patients experienced significantly higher mortality rates, despite initially positive prognoses for recovery. When Rodriguez analyzed medical records from deceased patients, she discovered that deaths consistently occurred during or shortly after physical therapy sessions where Thomas had been administering IV pain medications. More disturbing was her finding that several patients had shown signs of improvement before suddenly deteriorating during Thomas's treatment sessions. The investigation revealed that Thomas had systematically murdered 29 rehabilitation patients over 8 years while maintaining his reputation as a dedicated physical therapist who provided exceptional care for patients with severe injuries. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called compassionate mobility assessments designed to eliminate patients whose disabilities made their lives unbearable. Thomas's clinic contained extensive files on disability psychology, pain management pharmacology, and detailed analyses of how different types of injuries affected patients' long-term quality of life. His computer held research on assisted dying legislation, disability rights advocacy, and case studies of how chronic pain and mobility limitations affected suicide rates among trauma survivors. The most disturbing aspect of Thomas's psychology was his belief that individuals with permanent disabilities were suffering unnecessarily and that eliminating them was a form of medical mercy that prevented prolonged psychological torture. His journals revealed elaborate rationalization systems that convinced him his murders were compassionate interventions rather than criminal acts. Thomas Wilson was convicted of 29 counts of first-degree murder in 2025. During his sentencing, he claimed that his actions were mercy interventions designed to end unbearable suffering for patients whose injuries had destroyed their quality of life. He was sentenced to death and awaits execution, where he continues to write about what he calls compassionate disability medicine. The Thomas Wilson case led to comprehensive reforms in physical therapy oversight and mandatory monitoring protocols for IV medication administration during rehabilitation sessions. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of patients recovering from traumatic injuries and the potential for abuse when rehabilitation authority is weaponized against individuals struggling with disability and chronic pain. From physical therapy to occupational counseling, we encounter Sarah Mitchell, an employment services coordinator who operated across job placement agencies in Michigan and Ohio between 2018 and 2025. Sarah discovered that her position helping unemployed individuals find work gave her access to people at their most financially and emotionally vulnerable moments when they were desperate for any opportunity to improve their circumstances. Sarah's victim selection process focused on long term unemployed individuals who had exhausted their benefits and were facing homelessness or other severe financial consequences. She showed particular interest in people with limited family support, minimal job skills, and histories of employment difficulties that made them unlikely to find stable work through traditional job placement services. Her method involved creating fake employment opportunities that required applicants to travel to remote locations for what she claimed were intensive training programs or trial work periods. Sarah would convince desperate job seekers that these opportunities represented their best chance for stable employment and financial recovery. Her killing technique involved transporting applicants to isolated rural locations where she would eliminate them using various methods depending on the circumstances. Sarah had studied the geography of rural areas extensively and knew how to dispose of bodies in locations where they would never be discovered by law enforcement or search teams. The psychological manipulation involved convincing unemployed individuals that traditional job placement services had failed them because they lacked the dedication necessary for genuine career transformation. Sarah positioned herself as the employment specialist who could provide opportunities that weren't available through conventional channels, creating hope that made applicants willing to take risks they would normally avoid. Sarah kept detailed employment assessment files that documented each client's financial desperation, family relationships, and social isolation factors. Her personal records revealed that she categorized clients based on their likelihood to be missed if they disappeared, with those lacking strong social connections becoming targets for elimination. Her crimes were discovered when social worker Jennifer Park noticed unusual patterns in missing persons reports involving individuals who had recently registered with employment services agencies. Park had been working with homeless populations and was surprised to find that people seeking job placement assistance were disappearing at rates significantly higher than other vulnerable populations. When Park analyzed the circumstances surrounding these disappearances, she discovered that missing individuals had all been contacted about employment opportunities in rural locations shortly before they disappeared. More disturbing was her finding that the companies offering these opportunities didn't exist, and the addresses provided were locations in isolated areas with no business activity. The investigation revealed that Sarah had systematically murdered 24 unemployed individuals over 7 years while maintaining her reputation as a dedicated employment counselor who helped disadvantaged people find work opportunities. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called workforce optimization programs designed to eliminate individuals whose employment histories indicated they were unlikely to become productive members of society. Sarah's office contained extensive files on rural geography, missing persons investigation procedures, and detailed analyses of how different demographic groups were tracked by social service agencies. Her computer held research on unemployment psychology, social isolation patterns, and strategic assessments of which types of people would be missed if they disappeared. The most disturbing aspect of Sarah's psychology was her belief that chronically unemployed individuals were drains on social resources who would never contribute meaningfully to society. Her journals revealed that she viewed their elimination as a form of economic efficiency that prevented waste of taxpayer resources on ineffective job training and assistance programs. Sarah Mitchell was convicted of 24 counts of first-degree murder in 2025. During her trial, she claimed that her actions were social service interventions designed to prevent long-term welfare dependency and reduce the burden on employment assistance programs. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated, where she continues to write about what she calls economic optimization through workforce selection. The Sarah Mitchell case led to significant reforms in employment services, oversight, and mandatory verification protocols for job opportunities offered through placement agencies. However, her crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of unemployed individuals seeking work assistance and the potential for abuse when employment authority is weaponized against people experiencing financial desperation. From employment services to immigration assistance, we encounter Carlos Mendez, an immigration attorney who operated across legal aid organizations in California and Arizona between 2019 and 2025. Carlos discovered that his position helping undocumented immigrants navigate the legal system gave him access to individuals who were afraid to contact law enforcement and whose disappearances would be attributed to deportation or voluntary relocation rather than murder. Carlos's victim selection process focused on undocumented immigrants who lacked family connections in the United States and were facing deportation proceedings with little chance of success. He showed particular interest in individuals who had entered the country illegally and had no legal documentation or established community ties that would make their disappearance suspicious. His method involved convincing clients that he could provide them with fake documentation or illegal pathways to permanent residency in exchange for payments they couldn't afford through legitimate means. Carlos would arrange for clients to meet him at remote locations where he claimed he could connect them with document forgers or transportation networks. His killing technique involved eliminating clients during these fake document exchange meetings, using the isolation of the locations and his clients' undocumented status to ensure that their deaths would never be investigated by law enforcement. Carlos understood that authorities rarely pursued missing persons cases involving undocumented immigrants who might have voluntarily relocated or been deported. The psychological manipulation involved exploiting his clients' desperation to remain in the United States and their fear of deportation back to countries where they faced violence or poverty. Carlos positioned himself as their only hope for legal status, creating dependency that made clients willing to take dangerous risks to avoid deportation. Carlos kept detailed immigration case files that went beyond standard legal documentation. His personal records included assessments of each client's family connections, financial resources, and likelihood of being missed if they disappeared. He categorized clients based on their vulnerability to elimination without detection. His crimes were discovered when immigration rights activist Angela Rodriguez noticed unusual patterns in clients who had sought legal assistance but subsequently disappeared without completing their cases. Rodriguez had been working with undocumented immigrant communities and was surprised to find that people who had been actively pursuing legal status were vanishing at higher rates than those who avoided the legal system entirely. When Rodriguez investigated the circumstances surrounding these disappearances, She discovered that missing individuals had all been working with immigration attorneys who offered services that seemed too good to be true. More disturbing was her finding that the attorneys involved had been charging excessive fees for services that legitimate immigration lawyers knew were impossible to provide. The investigation revealed that Carlos had systematically murdered 18 undocumented immigrants over 6 years while maintaining his reputation as an immigration attorney who achieved remarkable success rates for difficult deportation cases. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called documentation purification services, designed to eliminate immigrants whose illegal status made them burdens on social service systems. Carlos's office contained extensive files on immigration law, border security procedures, and detailed analyses of how undocumented immigrant disappearances were investigated by law enforcement agencies. His computer held research on deportation psychology, community isolation patterns, and strategic assessments of which types of immigrants would be missed if they disappeared. The most disturbing aspect of Carlos's psychology was his belief that undocumented immigrants were criminals who deserved elimination for violating immigration laws. His journals revealed that he viewed their deaths as enforcement actions that supported legitimate immigration control efforts and reduced the burden on border security systems. Carlos Mendez was convicted of 18 counts of first-degree murder in 2025. During his trial, he claimed that his actions were immigration enforcement activities designed to reduce illegal immigration and support legitimate border security efforts. He was sentenced to death and awaits execution, where he continues to write about what he calls private immigration enforcement services. The Carlos Mendez case led to comprehensive reforms in immigration legal services, oversight, and mandatory verification protocols for attorneys offering unusual immigration assistance. However, his crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of undocumented immigrants seeking legal help and the potential for abuse when immigration authority is weaponized against people desperate to avoid deportation. From immigration law to financial planning, we encounter Patricia Williams, a financial advisor who operated across investment firms and wealth management companies in New York and Connecticut between 2020 and 2025. Patricia discovered that her position managing elderly clients' retirement accounts gave her access to individuals whose deaths would result in significant financial benefits while appearing to be natural consequences of advanced age and health complications. Patricia's victim selection process focused on elderly clients with substantial assets but limited family involvement in their financial planning decisions. She showed particular interest in individuals who had recently become widowed or who were dealing with early-stage dementia that made them more susceptible to financial manipulation and less likely to detect fraudulent activity. Her method involved gradually transferring clients' assets into accounts she controlled while simultaneously arranging for their elimination before they could discover the theft or change their financial arrangements. Patricia positioned herself as the trusted advisor who could protect their wealth and ensure their financial security during their final years. Her killing technique involved introducing elderly clients to what she claimed were exclusive investment opportunities that required them to travel to remote locations for private meetings with high net worth investment groups. During these meetings, Patricia would eliminate clients using methods that made their deaths appear to be heart attacks or other age related medical emergencies. The psychological manipulation involved exploiting elderly clients' fears about financial security and their desire to leave substantial inheritances for their families. Patricia convinced clients that traditional investment approaches weren't sufficient to protect their wealth from inflation and market volatility, creating urgency that made them willing to pursue unusual investment strategies. Patricia kept detailed financial assessment files that documented each client's asset holdings, family relationships, and cognitive functioning. Her personal records revealed that she categorized clients based on the size of their estates and the likelihood that their deaths would be investigated thoroughly by family members or law enforcement. Her crimes were discovered when estate attorney Michael Chen noticed unusual patterns in probate cases involving elderly clients who had recently changed their financial arrangements before dying unexpectedly. Chen had been practicing estate law for 15 years and was surprised to find such consistent patterns of asset transfers followed by sudden deaths among wealthy elderly individuals. When Chen analyzed financial records from deceased clients, he discovered that substantial assets had been transferred to accounts controlled by financial advisors shortly before the clients' deaths. More disturbing was his finding that these transfers had been made through investment vehicles that didn't actually exist, suggesting systematic fraud rather than legitimate financial planning. The investigation revealed that Patricia had systematically murdered 22 elderly clients over 5 years while stealing approximately $47 million from their estates. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called wealth transition optimization services, designed to maximize financial benefits from elderly clients' deaths. Patricia's office contained extensive files on estate planning, probate law, and detailed analyses of how elderly deaths were investigated by law enforcement and family members. Her computer held research on dementia psychology, financial fraud detection methods, and strategic assessments of how different types of asset transfers could be concealed from authorities. The most disturbing aspect of Patricia's psychology was her belief that elderly clients with substantial assets were wasting resources that could be better utilized by younger, more productive members of society. Her journals revealed that she viewed their elimination and asset seizure as economic efficiency measures that prevented waste of financial resources on unnecessary end-of-life care. Patricia Williams was convicted of 22 counts of first-degree murder and multiple counts of financial fraud in 2025. During her trial, she claimed that her actions were wealth redistribution services designed to prevent economic waste on elderly care and ensure that financial resources were allocated to more productive purposes. She was sentenced to death and awaits execution, where she continues to write about what she calls economic life cycle optimization. The Patricia Williams case led to significant reforms in financial advisory oversight and mandatory monitoring protocols for asset transfers involving elderly clients. However, her crimes also highlighted the vulnerability of elderly individuals seeking financial planning assistance and the potential for abuse when financial authority is weaponized against people dependent on professional advice for wealth management. These most recent cases demonstrate that institutional serial killing continues to evolve and adapt to new professional contexts and social vulnerabilities. The predators who commit these crimes understand how to identify and exploit the trust relationships that form the foundation of modern professional services, using their legitimate authority to commit systematic murder while appearing to serve their clients' best interests. The investigation techniques that have exposed these cases represent significant advances in pattern recognition and statistical analysis, but they also reveal the ongoing challenge of detecting predators who operate within legitimate professional contexts. These killers succeed precisely because they appear to be model professionals who are deeply committed to serving vulnerable populations. The psychological profiles that emerge from these cases show individuals who have developed increasingly sophisticated rationalization systems that allow them to view systematic murder as professional duty, social service, or economic efficiency. They convince themselves that they are solving societal problems rather than simply satisfying their own psychological needs for power and control over life and death. The reforms that have followed these cases focus on improving oversight systems, creating better reporting protocols, and establishing mechanisms for recognizing when professional outcomes deviate from expected statistical norms. However, the fundamental challenge remains unchanged. How do we maintain the trust necessary for professional relationships while protecting vulnerable populations from predators who weaponize that trust? The of these institutional serial killers suggests continuing discovery that this represents a growing category of criminal behavior that requires new approaches to detection, prevention, and prosecution. As professional systems become more specialized and complex, the opportunities for exploitation by institutional predators continue to expand, requiring increasingly sophisticated monitoring and oversight methods. The legacy of these cases will likely influence professional practices and institutional accountability measures for decades to come. They serve as permanent reminders that the capacity for systematic evil can hide behind any professional credential or institutional mission, and that protecting vulnerable populations requires constant vigilance rather than faith in professional ethics and good intentions. As we continue to uncover these cases and understand their implications, one pattern becomes increasingly clear. The next institutional serial killer is likely already operating somewhere in the professional landscape, using their position of trust and authority to commit crimes that won't be recognized as murder until someone notices that the statistical outcomes don't align with expected professional norms. The question facing law enforcement, regulatory agencies, and professional oversight bodies isn't whether such predators currently exist, but how quickly we can develop the analytical tools and monitoring systems necessary to identify them before they claim additional victims. The evolution of institutional serial killing requires an equally sophisticated evolution in our approaches to professional accountability and vulnerable population protection. These cases force us to confront uncomfortable truths about the balance between institutional efficiency and security oversight in professional service delivery. They demonstrate that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most dedicated to serving others, and that effective protection requires systematic analysis of outcomes rather than simple trust in credentials and professional ethics codes. The investigation into institutional serial killers has become a specialized field that requires collaboration between law enforcement, statistical analysts, and professional regulatory bodies. The techniques developed to identify these predators represent new frontiers in criminal investigation, but they also highlight the ongoing challenge of staying ahead of individuals who continuously adapt their methods to exploit emerging vulnerabilities in professional service systems. The statistical analysis systems developed to identify institutional predators have revealed an even more disturbing trend: the emergence of what investigators now term network killers who operate across multiple institutions simultaneously. Dr. Richard Hayes represents this new evolution, having worked as both a hospice administrator and funeral director across Oregon and Washington between 2019 and 2025. Richard discovered that his dual roles gave him complete control over the entire death process, from determining when patients were ready for end-of-life care to handling their remains after death. His position in hospice care meant families trusted him to provide compassionate end-of-life services, while his funeral director credentials allowed him to control how deaths were investigated and documented. His victim selection process focused on terminal patients whose families had limited involvement in their care decisions and who possessed substantial life insurance policies or valuable estates. Richard showed particular interest in patients whose conditions gave him flexibility in determining their life expectancy, allowing him to accelerate or delay their deaths based on his assessment of the financial benefits involved. Richard's method involved manipulating both the timing and manner of patients' deaths to maximize his financial benefits while maintaining his reputation as a compassionate end-of-life care provider. He would adjust medication dosages to either prolong suffering when families needed time to arrange financial matters or accelerate deaths when insurance payouts were time-sensitive. His killing technique was devastatingly sophisticated because he controlled every aspect of the death investigation process. As the hospice administrator, he could determine when patients were ready for terminal care and what medications they received. As the funeral director, he could control autopsy recommendations and ensure that any suspicious circumstances were attributed to natural disease progression. The psychological manipulation extended to entire families who trusted Richard to guide them through the most difficult experiences of their lives. He would position himself as the expert who understood both the medical and practical aspects of death, creating dependency that made families reluctant to question his recommendations or seek second opinions about their loved one's care. Richard kept comprehensive files that combined medical records with financial assessments of each family's insurance coverage, estate planning, and inheritance arrangements. His records revealed that he categorized patients based on the total financial value their deaths would generate through his combined hospice and funeral services. His crimes were discovered when insurance investigator Rachel Torres noticed unusual patterns in life insurance claims involving patients who had received care from facilities where Richard worked. Torres had been investigating potential insurance fraud and was surprised to find such consistent timing between hospice admissions and death certificate issuances across multiple facilities. When Torres analyzed the financial flows associated with these deaths, she discovered that Richard's businesses received unusually high payments for services while maintaining remarkably consistent profit margins regardless of the complexity of individual cases. More disturbing was her finding that families consistently made financial decisions that maximized Richard's compensation while appearing to receive objective guidance about their options. The investigation revealed that Richard had systematically murdered 46 hospice patients over 6 years while generating approximately $12 million in revenue through his coordinated hospice and funeral services. His detailed records showed that he had been conducting what he called integrated death management services designed to optimize financial outcomes from terminal care situations. Richard's facilities contained extensive financial analysis software and detailed databases tracking insurance policies, estate values, and inheritance tax implications for hundreds of families across multiple states. His computer systems held research on end-of-life psychology, grief counseling techniques, and strategic analyses of how families made financial decisions during terminal care situations. The most chilling aspect of Richard's psychology was his view of death as a business opportunity that could be optimized through professional expertise and market analysis. His journals revealed that he had been developing comprehensive business models for expanding integrated death services to include estate planning, grief counseling, and memorial investment services. Dr. Richard Hayes was convicted of 46 counts of first-degree murder and extensive financial fraud charges in 2025. During his sentencing, he claimed that his actions represented innovative approaches to end-of-life care that provided families with comprehensive services during difficult times. He was sentenced to death and awaits execution, where he continues to write about what he calls holistic death care management. The Richard Hayes case led to comprehensive reforms requiring separation between hospice care and funeral service providers, along with mandatory financial disclosure requirements for end-of-life service businesses. However, his crimes also highlighted how predators could exploit the intersection between healthcare and funeral services to commit systematic murder while appearing to provide compassionate care. From integrated death services to educational consulting, we encounter Michelle Carter, a special education coordinator who operated across school districts in Virginia and Maryland between 2020 and 2025. Michelle discovered that her position evaluating students with learning disabilities gave her access to children whose deaths could be attributed to accidents related to their developmental conditions rather than deliberate murder. Michelle's victim selection process focused on students with severe autism, intellectual disabilities, or behavioral disorders who required constant supervision and had histories of dangerous or self-injurious behavior. She showed particular interest in children whose disabilities made them unable to communicate effectively about their experiences or report suspicious activities to parents or other authority figures. Her method involved gradually increasing the dangerous situations these vulnerable students encountered during school activities while documenting their risky behaviors as evidence that accidents were inevitable given their developmental conditions. Michelle would arrange field trips, playground activities, and transportation scenarios that created opportunities for fatal accidents. Her killing technique varied depending on each child's specific vulnerabilities, but often involved creating situations where students would encounter environmental hazards that their developmental conditions prevented them from recognizing or avoiding. Michelle understood which children lacked the cognitive abilities to identify dangerous situations or seek help when threatened. The psychological manipulation extended to parents who trusted Michelle's professional expertise about their children's educational and safety needs. She would convince families that their children required exposure to challenging environments to develop independence, while simultaneously documenting behaviors that would later justify why accidents occurred. Michelle kept detailed behavioral assessment files that went beyond standard special education documentation. Her personal records included analyses of each student's cognitive limitations, physical vulnerabilities, and family relationships that affected how closely their activities were monitored by parents and school staff. Her crimes were discovered when school safety inspector David Kim noticed unusual patterns in accidents involving special education students across districts where Michelle had worked. Kim had been investigating school safety protocols and was surprised to find that students with developmental disabilities experienced fatal accidents at rates significantly higher than statistical norms for special education populations. When Kim analyzed incident reports and safety protocols, he discovered that accidents consistently occurred during activities that Michelle had specifically recommended or supervised. More disturbing was his finding that safety measures that should have protected vulnerable students were often modified or removed shortly before fatal incidents occurred. The investigation revealed that Michelle had systematically murdered 19 special education students over 5 years while maintaining her reputation as an advocate for children with developmental disabilities. Her detailed records showed that she had been conducting what she called developmental limitation assessments, designed to eliminate students whose disabilities made them burdens on educational resources. Michelle's office contained extensive research on developmental psychology, special education law, and detailed analyses of how accidents involving disabled children were investigated by school authorities and law enforcement. Her computer held databases of special education students across multiple districts, including assessments of their cognitive abilities and family support systems. The most disturbing aspect of Michelle's psychology was her belief that severely disabled children would never achieve meaningful independence and represented inefficient uses of educational resources. Her journals revealed plans to expand her elimination methods to include students with less severe disabilities who she believed were consuming resources that could better serve higher functioning children. Michelle Carter was convicted of 19 counts of first-degree murder in 2025. During her trial, she claimed that her actions prevented prolonged suffering for children whose developmental conditions would never allow them to live fulfilling lives. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole and remains incarcerated, where she continues to write about what she calls educational resource optimization. These cases represent a chilling evolution in serial killing that challenges everything we thought we knew about predatory behavior. The institutional killers we've examined didn't operate from society's shadows. They embedded themselves within the very systems designed to protect us, weaponizing trust and authority to commit murder on an unprecedented scale. From Harold Vance's insulin manipulations to Michelle Carter's exploitation of vulnerable children, each case reveals how professional credentials can become perfect camouflage for systematic evil. The statistical anomalies that eventually exposed these predators suggest a terrifying reality. There are likely dozens more currently operating undetected, using their positions of trust to commit crimes that won't be recognized as murder until someone finally notices the numbers don't add up.